Can I go live? Please, YouTube, go live. Doody doody doody. Doody doody. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is our review of the independent external review of Lancashire Constabulary's operational response to reported missing person Nicola Bulley. November 2023, College of Policing. It's a 143-page document. We might not get through it all in this stream. I'll probably promise that I'll do it again next day and not turn up. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. Big ups to everyone in chat. Hello, Slinky Socks, Dover and Dolly's mom, the mods. We've got Blind Leading the Blind, John Eads, JJ Kane, Happy Days, Beth. You'll notice none of you are greened up because this is not Battery Exhaust, the B-side channel, but this is Super Chuffer. So it does have memberships available as well now if you want, but that's only if you want. I'm not offering anything. There's no special access or anything. It's only if you want. So that's totally up to you. Some of you asked, why am I not green on here and I was green over there? That's why. I'm not expecting you to buy 2 subscriptions to 2 channels. That's that. The cat. Do you notice the cat started? Come on then. Come on now. Now. She literally hasn't meowed at me for 2 hours that I've been in this room. I've been in here for 2 hours. She hasn't meowed at me. As soon as I've got started, she started, haven't you? So don't mess with me. Okay, no. Don't mess with me. Go on the scratch post and all that business. Or you can go out in the house with the rest of the people. I just want to be picking you up. Do you want to have a cuddle? You have a cuddle. No, I'm supposed to be doing the show. You have a cuddle. Come and have a cuddle. Come and have a cuddle. Right. There's a review press release sort of statement, which is only 4 pages long. I'll read that at the start. There's also a press statement from Peter Folding Specialist Group International, which we won't get to today, but that's in response to this report, so I'll be doing the report first. There's also this press conference, which is a news conference following the release of the independent report. So again, we'll do the report first. Whew. I suppose I want to say, let's just get into it. I kind of just want to say, let's just get into it, don't I? Has anyone got any other, any other business before I decide to just get into it? I'm Super Chuffer. This is Super Chuffer channel. If you want to click like, subscribe, etc., I'll ask you to do that later on when you've decided what you think of the content, basically. There's a new video recently about Paul Ansell selling Nikki's house. I'm pretty sure you might have seen that. So that exists. And yeah, let's get going, I guess. Let's get going. So first of all, this is a conclusions and recommendations from the final report, news, 4 minutes read. So this was designed to be like giving us an overview at the start, review into Nicola Bulley's investigation published. And I will read this initially because it's some overview statements by a couple of people. We were commissioned by the Lancashire Police and Crime Commissioner, PCC Andrew Snowden. Now, PCC is a funny term, isn't it? Because when you're talking of police, you think PC so-and-so, PC this and that, which means police constable. But PCC actually stands for unelected cunt. Sorry, not unelected. I got that wrong. Sorry, I got it wrong. It's not unelected. Elected. Sorry, sorry for using the worst language. But I'll just be straight with you, as I always am. This guy Snowden, greasing it loik that he is a Tory politician who's been, like, they create their own jobs now, essentially. So we had the police for ages, for a long time, and now we've got another elected official that sort of sits over the top of the police and controls money in some way. I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to be doing every day, but they've got more money in their pocket for doing their job out of the taxpayers' money. So well done, politicians, for taking some more of our money. And this guy I don't like at all. I get a really bad vibe from him. I don't trust him as far as I wouldn't touch him to throw him. So there you go, that's Snowden. So he's got his sticky mitts all over this. So he's the one that's commissioning it as well. So I don't know if commissioning means, please can you do that, or I'm going to pay you to do that, or can we have some conversations in some closed door rooms about what you're going to do? I don't know. It's supposed to be independent, but the fact that PCC Andrew Snowden's got his sticky mitts all over it makes it a bit of a worry. This was commissioned in February 2023. The review aimed to provide insight into the effectiveness of Lancashire Constabulary's response over the course of the period Nicola Bulley was missing. So to provide insight into the effectiveness, this is convoluted language, I believe in plain English. So what we're trying to say here is we're looking into whether the police did their job well over the course of the period that she was missing. So not whether they're doing their jobs well generally, but just if they did their jobs well over that period. And they want to make recommendations for the Lancashire Constabulary. All right, cat. What are you doing now? Don't mess, though. Don't mess. They want to make recommendations for Lancashire Constabulary for wider learning to police forces nationally. And for wider learning to police forces nationally. So the idea is we're going to tell them how to do their job, and we're going to take the ideas and tell other police how to do their job as well. I'm sure that, I'll tell you what, Super Chuffer, that's me. This guy must really, like, whatever you think about the Lancashire Police, the response to this, whatever your opinions, and you can put them in chat. I'll answer your questions unless they fly past too quickly and I have to add to it. Anyway, look, don't get me started. Whatever you think of them, I think a lot of police have had to do a hard job over a long period of time, and he's sitting next to a man that's part of the political association that underfunded him. Like, one side are in charge of all the money, the politicians. Politically, it's Conservative over the last 10 years, and they've stripped the police force back to bare bones. And when they do that, they reduce the effectiveness of the police. And if you're not going to offer top money for top police people to work in good jobs and give them good environments to work in, and you're going to strip it back to its bare bones, you're going to be left with a sort of skeleton crew of some of the, I don't want to say some of the worst, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but you're not going to have the best of the best necessarily, and you're going to create a more toxic environment. So some of the critiques of the police force, whether they've done their job properly, could lead back to critiques of the politicians that underfunded them, stripped them back to the bone, and whatever. It gets darker and it gets deeper. And the problem with what we're doing with the Nicola Bulley stuff today, this report, all of this stuff now, is we are now a long way away from boots on the ground trying to discover what happened to Nicola Bulley, and we are well inside the realm of political bun fight. So this guy has got his motive, like, talk about motives, talk about motivations, talk about people's ethics. This guy's got his motivations and motives. This guy probably came into the job with different motivations and motives than he has now, maybe, or maybe they're at a core the same. And the police force themselves, and then you're going down to talk about other people. Obviously, there's stuff that comes up through this that we're going to have to get to at some point about Peter Folding. And in the initial part of the investigation, it was critiqued of Peter Folding. Do you have your own motives for being down here? And he had a quite acerbic response to that. Of course, everyone's got their own motives and motivations. Of course they have. So this is the problem with the world we're in now. And this is a part of this that it's not the most, how do I put this? This part of this is grimy. It's people watching their own backs, stabbing each other in the back. And essentially, Nicola is dead. They're not going to bring her back. But they've got their own fights and their own motivations for doing things now. And a lot of this is now political. So you all know what we think of that bollocks, don't you? So, independent external review of Lancashire Constabulary's operational response to reported missing Nicola Bulley. So first of all, it comes with, we reviewed over 350 documents, emails and phone records. So 350 is supposed to be an impressive number, but I don't think it is really if you're talking about emails, phone records, texts. 350 different documents. Interviewed more than 70 key people, that's important. I hope you recorded those interviews from the Lancashire Constabulary, and gained insight from over 30 subject matter experts outside the force, including those from the media. So this seems like the sort of language that you do when you're trying to write your CV and you're trying to say how good you are. And what I worked as the creative consultant behind menu creation at a outwardly mobile and operationally remote catering unit. Like I flipped burgers in a van. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't. My worry here is that already I'm seeing the idea that who watches The Watchmen, right? Is a key question here. Who watches The Watchmen? The police are The Watchmen. If you know anything about comics and stuff like that, you might have heard the phrase Watchmen because of comic books. Alan Moore wrote a very interesting series of comic books about Watchmen. Who watches The Watchmen? Well, in this case, the College of Policing watch The Watchmen, but who pays The Watchmen to watch The Watchmen, and who is convincing the people that pay The Watchmen to watch The Watchmen that it's a good idea to pay them? In local towns these days, you get a thing called business improvement districts, and that means that before you had a local town and a town area, and it's your public space, the town centre, it's your public space, and there are shops in it, but you, the people, that's your public space, that's public space, yeah? And now what they've said is, well, this is a sort of public space, but we're going to charge all the businesses like a little tax, a little rent, a little tax, and we're going to create a job for ourselves, and we're going to make something different happen in this public space that's not quite public, it's a private company, and we're going to put things here and do things there and stuff like that. And the council would have done this before, but they're stripped to the bone now, so now we're going to do it a private company. It's like creating a private council for a public space in the high streets. You'll have heard of it, business improvement districts, and it's the same sort of thing. We'll create a job for ourselves, we'll convince you it's a good idea for us to exist, and of course the College of Policing police requires policing, but my worry here already in Andrew Snowden, Crime Commissioner, the independent review, and this sort of language that immediately says, oh no, wait, we're really good, we do a really good job here. Talking about media, it's all about media perception. It's all about being able to write a good treatment pitch. It's all about media perception these days, and this feels like written by somebody from a media department, which is great, so we can all get a good understanding of what's being said, and we can all well, they didn't use such plain English at the start, did they? But it's great if we can use people to communicate, who've got expertise and to communicate. But what's not so great, big ups John Eads, who atted me in chat, so I could see it really clearly when it came up. A bit like Freeports, yeah, that's another interesting political lead balloon, isn't it? Like, we used to have them. A lot of money, yeah. Tax exemptions for very expensive investment bank people who don't just invest in the stock markets but also invest in physical items that they want to keep tax-free in Freeports. I'm a bit down on this anyway. I'm a bit careful about this, and of course Andrew Snowden, I don't trust him. The report, I'm going to try and take what I can from it, and I'm going to assume that I can trust the bare facts that are reported, but I'm going to be careful to look out for not to be pointed at. But what I'm trying to say is, people at the moment are trying hard to cover their ass. It's about their reputation, and they're trying to cover their ass. So I'm not going to listen to everything everyone says and go, great, that's lovely, you're a saint, because you're trying to cover your ass. So as much as Edward Snowden is going to have his opinions, this guy's going to have his opinions, and everyone's going to have their opinions, I'm going to be careful with this. I already know to be careful with this because the wording, the way it's being presented to me. Key findings. There were unprecedented levels of mainstream and social media interest in the case. I mean, that's ridiculous. Is this the key findings? Are we about to do I'm going to have to read through the whole report, but if that's a key finding and it's top of the bill, that's ridiculous. Because the key findings, before I've even conducted a review, Bulley wasn't found for fucking ages. Sorry to swear again. I need to stop swearing. YouTube doesn't like it, and I started saying chuffer because chuffer was a word instead of that. They didn't find her for chuffing ages. That's my first key finding, is that police didn't find her for absolutely... She ended up floating up down. A member of the public spotted her. It's very, very ignoble for Bulley. It's not noble for her to have been found floating down the river like that, and there were lots and lots of people trying to find her, and they didn't obviously do a very good job. So I think that's the key finding at the start there. I don't know why mainstream and social media interest is your key finding at the top, and it's ridiculous. Okay, I'll tell you why it's ridiculous is because we've had Madeleine McCann. Everyone hates the way I say Madeleine. Go and spell it out. They had Madeleine McCann, we've had Madeleine McCann, and we've had unprecedented levels of mainstream social media in this case. But we've had lots of cases where there have been mainstream and social media interest, very high levels. In 2023, there's more option to get on social media. It's easier to do so. And we just had lockdown and there were more people than ever engaging with social media. But if that's your key finding, then what are you looking for? What are you looking for? Why is that on top of the cake as the icing? The police investigation and search was very well conducted. Well, yes, I might consider agreeing, because on some instances I saw them in the water, but sometimes I would disagree because I felt there could have been forensics around the bench. I felt there could have been forensics around the campsite. I felt there could have been, they could have found her. I felt that there were unanswered questions of lots of people that were close to Nicola Bulley, who might be considered suspects if foul play was to be considered, who weren't even considered, to coin the phrase from the Madeleine McCann case, arguidos. Big ups Johnny Eads, because the focus of government desire is to control what's... Yeah, that's true. And Edward Snowden's control and focus here is clearly shown to us, isn't it? So the police investigation search was very well conducted by Lancashire Constabulary. Well, that's good then, isn't it? So we're not throwing the police under the bus. We're saying they did a really good job. That's a key finding anyway. The decision not to call the investigation a critical incident, despite it meeting the national definition, set the tone within the constabulary and led to several challenges. So they're saying that's a mistake, maybe? This language is legal language, and it's not really something that may have come up on the social media side of things with people talking about it. I don't think many people said, should this have been declared a critical incident? Over to you. And that wasn't like coming up a lot. There were a lot of other things that were coming up, but it's an interesting point, and I suppose the College of Policing would pick it up. So, yeah. Media handling and communication of information to the public, and the management of this by the leadership team, led to a breakdown of public confidence. Yes and no. Big ups Gandalf gives. Funny how no missing person case has had this sort of coverage. It's hard to know because of the time and things that have happened, but I think there have been some quite prominent missing persons cases. There's a torso again. There's my torso again. I think there have been some quite prominent, prominent ones. So I don't know, maybe. Media handling and communication of the public led to the breakdown of public confidence. Yes and no. I think not finding Nicola Bulley and not creating any meaningful suspects, following up on the leads and then communicating that to the public, probably. Despite being lawful, the release of personal details regarding Nicola was avoidable and unnecessary. Didn't need to do a report for that, did you? You could have just read the room. The relationship between police and mainstream media needs to be rebuilt. I don't know. And sadly, we don't have another point here, marker, which is clearly letting everyone down here, Andrew, is the relationship between the police and the public needs to be rebuilt, and the people whom they police. The police are from the people that they police. They're not a separate entity. They are the citizens themselves, employed by Her Majesty to police our own. So that thing needs to be looked at, but it hasn't been put on the list. Big ups Ellie. Peter Folding in a statement said he located Nicola within 6 minutes, but the police didn't search where he said to, at Super Chuffer. I will be responding to Peter Folding afterwards because he comes after in the chronological order of events, but personally I'll respond to you now. I'm not confident in what Peter Folding is saying because he told me that he lied to me before and that he was doing it for my own benefit. Peter Folding is a man who has removed protesters from protest sites. I'm not going to get into it deeply now, but I don't agree with Huntington Life Sciences. I think Huntington Life Sciences are bad, and Peter Folding went down there and removed all the protesters because he was paid to by the government, because the government don't want to have the police do those jobs because it causes problems, but they will pay a private a private bully to go and do that sort of thing for them. So Peter Folding went and did that, or at least his company report that on their website. You can go and have a look. So I hope I'm not saying anything wrong that's going to get me, doing for defamation. But it's silly because he's put it on his own website. I'm not sure about what Peter Folding is saying, and I don't think that I should sanctify Peter Folding and make him a saint, because this report throws him under the bus, apparently, and he is now trying to save his own public reputation. And Peter Folding's public reputation and his relationship with the police is quite important to him, because he has lots and lots of money coming in. I think in 2022 he paid himself £500,000, and his business is worth over £1 million, and has got lots of property that has mortgages, or has had mortgages, and has a mortgage. His most recent accounts I can't see, but I would just question people's motivation and follow the money. So I'm going to be really careful about what Peter Folding is saying to me until I've seen evidence that he's telling me the truth, because he tells me he has the evidence, but I haven't seen it, and it doesn't really all make sense to me, because if I go back and look over the things he said back in the case, he seemed quite reputable and trustworthy. And said something completely different. So I don't know which of the two different opposing statements I'm supposed to believe. I know he said that he did it for my own benefit, but that's what gaslighters do. And this is not today's episode. So I've answered your question there with a couple of ideas, and we'll get into it more deeply in the future. But I'm just going to caution my viewers, I guess, against jumping too headlong. So I'm clicking the wrong buttons. That's the house for sale. I'm going to caution people into jumping too headlong into sanctifying people, when at the very moment what's happening politically is that everyone's grabbing that thing for them, making sure it's not, you throw them under the and there's a lot of politics going on at the moment. So I would be careful to look into people's past, see who they really are, and make your mind up about, someone can look really great when you're making media for them and doing an advert for them, but who people really are and who I really trust and who I believe in. I know who I believe in, and I know who I trust, and I know who I am. So I'm not going to jump up behind someone who would have removed me from a protest site. No, I don't think that's exactly who I'm friends with. So I'd caution people against that. And I really don't want to go too deep into it, but you've asked me a direct question, and I'm good enough to give you a direct answer. So there you go.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, wrong thing. I'm angry about these key findings, that it doesn't state that the relationship between the police and the public needs to be rebuilt, and that also the real key finding should be Bulley was let down by the police, because it looked like it may well still be foul play. And hello, knock knock knock, who's doing this? What's going on? So let's have a look at the actual investigation. You got me talking there. I have to take the question as it comes, but I've got a lot more. Listen, trust me, I've got a lot more to say about that, and I've been doing a lot more thinking. But I'm not going to jump to any strange conclusions. I've got my feelings, and I'm going to await further developments. But I'm surprised by people's how easy people are to be led, I suppose, and I would say, and that how people are jumping to conclusions so quickly, when so much of this Nicola Bulley stuff has been like looking through murky waters. If you want to get closer and deeper on that, I've been streaming on Twitch. I stream on Twitch, and I feel a lot more free. There's my channel. I feel a lot more free on Twitch to just talk about whatever. And when I see this as a bit of a, quiet space, and when if you want to come and chat to me on Twitch, whenever I'm playing games or doing whatever, I'll just talk whatever. Here I'm going to stick to the show, so to speak. But over on Twitch, I'll just talk whatever, just chill. So sometimes that ends up getting cut into a video that goes up on YouTube, and sometimes it just ends up on Twitch as a chat. So there you go. So this is the report. Did I finish this? Key findings, and I didn't. First of all, I have to say what PCC Andrew Snowden, or elected crime commissioner Andrew Snowden, said. First and foremost, I hope today's report reassures Nicola's family that Lancashire Constabulary carried out a professional and extensive investigation, and despite important learnings highlighted in the report, none of these actions would have changed the outcome of this tragic case. No. That's a bit of a worry. I mean, maybe I don't like reading this, actually. Maybe I just put this in the bin because it's just media spin, isn't it? Yeah, I think I just put this in the bin immediately because it's media spin. Maybe we come back to it another time. But despite important learnings highlighted in the report, none of the actions would have changed the outcome of the case. So you're saying the outcome of the case, meaning the inquest's report, the inquest result, would not have been changed. Regardless, if we did everything in this report differently, everything in this report, we changed it all, and we did it differently, and the police had done that differently. If we'd then known about this report in advance, it still wouldn't change the outcome of the case. Okay. I've got to read this now. This review offers the best practice in high-profile cases and can be best investigated and communicated under such spotlight and scrutiny, highlighting the importance of leadership command structures, declaration of critical incidents, and resilience within the police communications. So it's about how the police talk to each other and make decisions and communicate those decisions. Whilst the investigation into Nicola's appearance was found to be well handled and resourced, the media narrative was lost at an early stage. Big up, Sandy. Are you not a mod here? I'm just going to carry on reading at the moment. I'm just not because I can't remember what I'm doing with pressing the buttons, but do you want to come in? No, you want to go out? I'm not letting you in and out. I'm doing this. Big ups Persephone 5. Everyone in this is questionable, I would hope. You know, and I'd hope if you don't want to be considered to be shady character, when questioned, you would come forward with the honest answers straight up. So, like, anyone who doesn't or hasn't has... I was talking, you know... I find this really, to be honest, I find this really difficult. I find it really difficult. Like I said, this is all politics now. I'm not a politician. I'm not that sort of person. I'm a person that says what I think and stands against what's wrong, stands up for what's right and stands against what's wrong. And when it's quite clear, I'll just stand up and stand. I know who I am. Yeah, and so, do you want me to make you? Hang on, it goes past and I can't click the button. It's moving while I'm clicking the button. I know who I am, and I've forgotten what I was saying anyway. That cat is really annoying. Can anyone else deal with this cat on live on the internet ever? Oosh. This document was produced before Peter Fording's statement, yes, Jackie Young, but Peter, I shouldn't speak for Peter, I should get the clip, but from what I understand, Peter knew this was coming out before it was released, and so prepared his response to it in advance as well, including the interview that he did, or the interviews that he did, including the Sky one and that one on that other channel, which is called Break the Ice, if anyone's scared that I can't say the name. But we're going to get to all that stuff, I think. But people are interested in chat now, aren't they? But I've spoken on it a bit in Twitch with the smaller crowd and tried to get my thoughts in line. And I was saying that this is politics, basically, now. This is politics, and I'm not here to play politics. I'm not here to piss around and play politics. Oh, but like so-and-so so great, and you're my friend, and I think they're good, and and all this bollocks. Like, I think the most important thing is the truth and what happened to Nicola and whether Nicola's getting justice. And I don't think that we're being served justice at this point in the process. What I've said quite clearly is I think that we're having a political bun fight and people are trying to grab that blanket for themselves. Who's going to end up in the cold bit? Who's got the blanket? Who's in the wet patch? It's a bit like that at the moment, and I find it to be distasteful, if anything. Whilst I'll get back to this, and if you really, really want me to, at me in chat, and I'll see it as it goes past. But I'll keep an eye on you as well. The cat is now meowing again. It's going to be going better, could it? Get in now, and don't even start now. You're not coming in my room, you're in the house. Don't even start, you're not coming in here now. That's told her. Right. Where was I? Whilst the investigation was found to be well handled and well resourced, so what he's saying there is the police did a good job and we gave them a lot of money to do it, which is obviously what you'd say, isn't it? Because you're the politicians that are underfunding, under budgeted. Like you're saying, you're giving them the good money and the good resources, and they did a good job. Because if you said the opposite, then you would be at fault, wouldn't you? As the people who are funding them and all that. So the narrative was lost at an early stage, the media narrative, which is strange because the media narrative wasn't lost at an early stage. They did a press conference. They had a little police lady out. Not being facetious there. They had quite an important police person give a impromptu press conference, talk to the media, essentially outdoors with some cameras and some, and she didn't know exactly what she was talking about. And then they did a proper press conference where she seemed to know a bit more what she was talking about. And then later on they did another one, didn't they? But all along the way, the media narrative was pretty similar to what the police were saying. It was like, which we're looking for her, we're searching for her. They kept covering all the Emma White interviews, and another person that came up at a reasonably early stage, I suppose, is Peter Folding, who ended up being a media representative of his own volition. He went on Vanished, and he went on GB News, and he went on all sorts of media outlets to talk about the Nicola Bulley situation. This had a detrimental impact on Nicola's family and friends, apparently, and also the confidence of the wider community. We're saying that the loss of handling of the loss of control of the narrative had a detrimental effect on the family and friends and the confidence in the wider community. Opportunities for non-reportable media briefings on her medical history and vulnerabilities, or sharing her status as a high-risk missing person, were not taken. So they're saying the opportunity to tell the media about Nicola's medical history but not share it, not tell everyone else, that's going to encourage a wonderful rapport between the police and the people, is that you can talk to the media and tell them secret things, but you can't tell everyone in the public. Or sharing her status as a high-risk missing person were not taken. This was always intended as a learning review. Give me a second. That dog. Sorry, I feel like I'm corralling a zoo today. LP in chat there is Lancashire Police, I would believe, if anyone's interested. Sharing her status as a high-risk missing person were not taken. This was always intended as a learning review and the public's voice in policing Lancashire. And as the... What? This was always intended as a learning review, fair enough, and as the public's voice in policing Lancashire, insofar as Snowden considers himself elected, therefore the public's voice. But that's disgusting, because he's not the public's voice in any way, shape or form. The social media is the public's voice. I will hold the Chief Constable to account for producing an action plan against the recommendations in this report to ensure we're delivering policing that is efficient and effective for the communities we serve. Good marketing language, love it. While there's learning for Lancashire, the reports draw out a significant amount of best practice and recommendations for wider learning to police forces nationally, which gives us a reason to take some more taxpayer money and write this up as a national thing and hand it out to national places and make sure that it creates this money flow of taxpayer money into this thing. And whilst possibly wider learning can be established amongst national forces, I'm not sure they're going to be very efficient and effective in delivering that, because I think that's just a money flow. Like, turn on the taps. We're going to have to. Like, obviously, the wider learning to national police forces involves some paying someone to go and teach them that, doesn't it? Particularly around the relationship between the police and media. But also, they're concerned about the national policing now, aren't they? Between the police and the media, which needs to be strengthened for everyone's benefit. And it's weird, isn't it? Because you would think that the relationship between the police and the media is not really what has gone wrong here. But very strange. If you're talking about something specific in chat there and you think I'm going to be able to divert from this and head up into that, I won't be, but I'll be looking at it all. Twitter, there's a lot of friends on Twitter who are creating a lot of interesting conversation, and I'll look into everything and I'll look at it. There is one real I should have done this at the top of the okay, it won't come at the top of today's episode. I think we did it on the Paul Ansell video as well, didn't we? The CCTV, 100% fake, isn't it? 100% fake. But yeah, I'll be looking at all that stuff in due time, I suppose. I'd like to thank the College of Policing for their meticulous work in compiling this review, together with the operational and subject matter experts that contributed. I'd also like to thank officers and staff within the constabulary who worked tirelessly throughout this investigation and, despite the pressures and distractions, remained focused on finding Nicola. It's the first mention of her, really, isn't it, in your whole... I suppose you mentioned her family and friends at the start, Nicola's family at the start, yeah. The report concludes what has been a long and painful process for Nicola's friends and family. I'd like to ask their privacy is respected whilst they continue to grieve for their loss. I think that's been... the media have not been invading their privacy, and the media have not been disrespectful to the family, and nor in great part of social media. Yeah. You certainly can, Andy. I've decided to switch it on as well. It's totally up to you. Big ups, Red Fan. Thank you. Becoming a member. I'm not going to go welcome to member and all that right now, because we're doing Nicola Bulley report, but... the whole point of doing it on Battery Exhausted was a test run for this channel, but Battery Exhausted sort of became the focal point for the content for a bit, didn't it? As we lead into Christmas and then the New Year, Steve will be back on after his quite serious back operation. He's starting to get back to it. We're onwards and upwards. So, the actual report. Foreword. Our independent review of the Nicola Bulley case has sought to provide an external perspective on the investigation and associated activity conducted by Lancashire Constabulary in January and February 23. Associated activity to the investigation? I assume you mean press reporting and stuff like that. Everything else would be the investigation, wouldn't it? Throughout our work, we have had Nicola's family and friends in our thoughts. We can only imagine the pain they're feeling in coming to terms with their loss, and we pay tribute to their strength and patience. Fair play. We hope that the completion of this review will allow them the space to continue to grieve in peace. I don't think it will. I think it will throw up lots more questions, and in conducting a review like this, you have to be particularly thorough, because if not, there will be areas that people will say, what about this? And why didn't you ask about that? And how come this question has come up? Oh, hang on, wait. Big ups to Andy. It says welcome to economy. I haven't changed those things. So despite doing the test run, I'd rather it said welcome to member. We'll change those. Economy sounds a bit rubbish, doesn't it? We'll change those. But welcome to member, thank you. Completion of the review will allow them to space to grieve in peace. I'm not sure it will. The work of... I'm saying that if there's oversights, then people will raise those oversights and it will create more problems. So it's a bit like, for example, doing an interview and leaving loads of open questions, because people will ask those questions, and not having the forethought during the interview to ask those questions as pushback, follow-up questions, cover everything properly. It's like that, isn't it? I'm such a fucker. The work of the review team has been extensive and thorough. The team has examined over 350 documents, emails and phone records, we've heard that, interviewed more than 70 key people and gained insight from over 30 subject matter experts outside the constabulary. The purpose of the review has never been to attribute blame for what? But to identify areas of learning for the constabulary and wider policing. So that's a very careful statement to say, hey, we're on your side, police. We're on your side. We're not trying to throw you under the bus, the police. We're on your side. While there are elements of the review that inevitably will be critical, there are also areas of Lancashire Constabulary's policing that should be recommended as demonstrating the best of policing. So it is very much like a sort of us versus them situation politically, and they're trying to sell Lancashire Police on the concept that they are on their side, we're all on the side together, and that we're going to say good things about you as well as bad things if we have to. Yeah, it's interesting. Who watches The Watchmen, and whether I have a full grasp on the inner workings of the College of Policing is, I don't. I'm just reading the reports and saying things as I see them. But that raises some huge questions, doesn't it? We've summarised our findings into conclusions and recommendations. These outline why the review team found the tactical management, professionalism and thoroughness... Excuse me, the video game music's just got out of hand. Skip that on. We've summarised our findings into conclusions and recommendations. These outline why the review team found the tactical management, professionalism and thoroughness of operational aspects of the investigation to be exemplary, top bins. Our findings also show that the policing search response to recovering Nicola was conducted to a high standard, not top bins, and drew on national expertise. Had to ask people what to do. In contrast, the review team has also identified learnings for the constabulary, things where you fucked up, across its senior leadership and communications. So the top people fucked up and didn't communicate properly. Despite the significant scale of coverage regarding the investigation across media and social media, there appeared to be a lack of recognition of the investigation's profile and the impact on public confidence in the constabulary. So what they're saying there is, you didn't realise how this was blowing up on social media, so you didn't take it seriously enough, is what the people thought, and they've lost confidence in you. The failure to call the investigation a critical incident, despite meeting the national definition, led to several challenges. Because you didn't take it seriously enough, it caused us problems. The release of personal information about Nicola remains the most controversial aspect of the investigation. No. Who's doing this? The most controversial aspect of the investigation is who fucking murdered her. Did she get murdered? You said it wasn't a murder, but there was a scream and then a Fitbit was going, and if she died, she hit the water and bang, she was dead in seconds. But then she wasn't found by anyone who was looking for her in the first half hour, literally on the scene and the banks of the river doing that, because somehow she sank completely to the bottom and stayed there for the entirety of loads and loads of days, during which the police went back and forth. Peter Falding went back and forth. Peter Falding came out and said there's never any chance, absolutely no chance of being in that river. If she's in the river, I fucking moving to Mars, and then later on coming out and saying I bought a house on Mars the other day. Incidentally, she was definitely in the river the whole time, which totally agrees with what they said in the inquest, is that she was in the river and she went in early and she went down and she was in there. And Peter Falding didn't go to the inquest and give his evidence, which was strange, but now he's coming out against the police to say that the police should have found her because he told them she was in the river, but they did lots of searching and so did he, but he wasn't allowed to get in the river, but he didn't need to because it was only 2 foot deep and he could see to the bottom. And he's got sonar pictures which we can't see, but they definitely prove that she was 100% in the river, which is just the same as the inquest, which is what the inquest wants us to believe. And how she got in the river was that she just slipped and fell, so everything's fine, we can all just calm down. What? The most controversial aspect was not that you released personal information. You mean you said she was a drunk and nutty because of the menopause. That's not the most controversial bit. That's one of the controversial moments, but not the most controversial. The constabulary missed several opportunities during the investigation to remove or reduce the requirement to disclose further information about Nicola's vulnerabilities. It should have anticipated that this information would be requested or would come to light from another source. In our view, despite it being lawful, the release of this highly sensitive information by the constabulary was ultimately avoidable and unnecessary. So police under bus. What do you do that for, you stupid police, they're saying. You shouldn't have said that in public. Breathe, yeah. I'm making a point. I didn't even mention the blood that had somehow come down under to her chin and congealed. Because blood that runs down, gravity, isn't it? So you can't be lying down in the water or anything for that to come under you. Can you? Or how does... We're not, I'm going through this. I'm not supposed to be sidetracked, but yeah. I'm not buying it. And I'm surprised that they're trying to put this top and centre at the front of the bill. Because remember, this is about media control. This is about media control. I'm on social media reading their report out to you. And if I'm not careful, I just read their words into your ears and they get to speak through me. This is about media control. And what's on the top of the agenda for the media control is to put this on top of the agenda. But I'm not buying that. Like, this whole report is written by people who have an understanding, that this is about media control. That's what they're saying. Andrew Snowden has said, I'm not happy with the media control. This report has said media control is important. And they know it's going to be reported on and looked at in the media. I've got these pictures ready because it's very similar to this. I did say this in further conversations, but I think it needs to be reiterated. Paul's office is about his understanding of what will be like. If Paul is that naive that he thinks that these photographs won't end up on the internet and people won't look at them on the internet and talk about them, then how has he got away with murder? Sorry. Whoops. But you know what I mean? If he's that naive, then I don't buy it. So you've got to be careful in saying some of this stuff that's in the office is contrived and he's put it there so you'll see it and make up a story in your mind. And then maybe not. It's like double bluffs in poker. Maybe not. Maybe he's just that lazy. He can't be asked to tidy up and he didn't realise this room was going to be photographed first. You don't know, but you've got to be careful to read both sides of the coin, if you know what I mean. But what's also very important is if somebody does bluff you in poker and you can get the sense that they're bluffing, then you can read more about them because you know that they're lying to you. And to tell someone, I'm calling your bluff. I mean, on the internet it's difficult because I'll report and talk about things and I'll say them out loud so everyone will know when I'm calling their bluff. But if I were playing cards, I'm not going to instantly shout, I'm calling your bluff. I'm going to wait and gather chips and, let you do it again and make more mistakes, aren't I? So I think it's intriguing, basically, that you can read what's not being shown, what is shown, and what should be shown. For example, in this picture, on further investigation, we decided that in this black cabinet is probably the place that he keeps the computer, the main computer. But he's hiding it in the black cabinet, of course, for security reasons. But we don't all do that. Oh, of course, it's going to be it's going to be because you've got sensitive documents. But the Data Protection Act simply requires that you lock your computer, like through a password. I don't know what it's like in America. Maybe he works in America. It's different rules. But he's got a locked cabinet, and we don't all have that. And there are questions and answers and things that are missing and they create more questions. So you've got to be careful not to just take everything at face value and not to read into the things that you read into as if they are facts, because then you can step back and reassess why you're being asked to think this way. And that's very political. And that's what this is. They're going to guide thoughts and ideas. They're going to guide conversation. They're going to conduct conversation. It's a little bit like, big ups, Brutally Honest Marv. It's a little bit like if you watch boxing, right? And not a lot of you probably will, but it's like it's an ongoing soap opera, and you don't necessarily have an opinion about what Anthony Joshua's going to say or think about this or that, unless Anthony Joshua goes on the news and talks about what he thinks about this and that, and then he says this and that, and then someone else says, well, I don't agree with Anthony Joshua on this and that, and now we're having a conversation about Anthony, and then there's going to be a fight and they're going to sell you tickets. And so you can drive conversation in media by talking about things in the media, can't you? And so this is part of it. This is part of it. They can't say that they're going to critique the way that you're controlling the media or dealing with the media or interacting with the media in a publication designed as a media statement with a press release that goes on top of it, with a press conference associated with it, with cheeky Snowden here thinking he's this is how you deal with the media. Look, let me show you how you deal with the media. Like, well, you know, I'm not the media, the mainstream. I'm just a friend on the internet giving you my honest opinion. Take it as such. Have your own opinion. But for me, this is part of media control, so I've got to be careful as I go through it. Other learnings can be taken from findings about advice from communications, professionals and other operational leads not being followed. I mean, this is general, so I don't know what to read into that, but you're basically saying people told you what to do and you didn't listen, as well as insufficient attention given to the importance of the constabulary's media response. Media. It doesn't matter what really happens, it matters what people believe. Big ups. Nottingham. So I can't read the words all squashed together. Not missing this time. Big ups, not missing it this time. Very well said. Loving the philosophy. Thank you. This was compounded by several errors by the constabulary's media and engagement team earlier in the investigation, which led to external voices being able to dominate the narrative surrounding the case. No, I disagree. The reason that social media is able to dominate the narrative surrounding the case is because power of the people. You're not being told what to say on social media. No one's telling you what to think. Hopefully, they shouldn't. So, I mean, obviously they are in other places on social media. There's lots of different voices. But what I mean is when it's people talking like me, like you, however, you know, we're talking on social media, and what will dominate the narrative is what is the most, I suppose, popular in a way, but what's wonderful about more of the logical voices on social media that do seem to dominate is like facts, truths. Whereas what we know about the mainstream media is that facts and truth are one of the items that you can use to construct the news, but it's not the fucking truth, is it? It's not the facts and truth. And like, I suppose I've said all that, and I would also counterpoint that by saying any old person can come on social media with a load of money and say what they want. So you've got to be careful about who you listen to, and you have to make up your own mind. The mainstream media, I would also dissect. I would also maybe segregate the BBC from that, because they're supposed to be paid for by us. They're supposed to represent the people more. There's no commercial pressure there. So like, if you've got commercial pressure on your business, if you've got commercial pressures on your business, then you've got reasons to be manipulated. But if you haven't, you don't. So hopefully the BBC can be impartial. It needs to be reformed, but it could be. So anyway, my point here is that the media engagement team allowed external voices to dominate the narrative. I think what they need to understand is that the police are not designed to construct a narrative about a case. What they're there to do is solve the crime and find the truth. And in doing so, impart the truth through the justice system to the people. And along the way, there are things they are responsible for sharing and things they are not. And sometimes I trust the system that they should not. Like, I'm not here to say the police should be transparent and every interview should be conducted in public. Like, that wouldn't work, would it? So they need to have a degree of secrecy, but then at the end of the process, everything needs to become public, I would say. Like, everything. So certainly able to dominate the narrative should be the truth, and the police should be able to dominate that by exposing the truth. Okay? And the mainstream media, same thing, except obviously we know that's not the case because of financial interests, political interests. But then the public service media, the truth. Yeah, that's what should be there. And then on top of that, we've got social media that through the process of social conversation, it's more likely the populist view will win out, but that somewhere along the line there will also be the truth. It shouldn't be eradicated or demonetized. Demonetized. But it shouldn't be shut down. You know, it should be there as well, shouldn't it? So I find this a very confusing and strange statement. Anyway, that it was compounded by several errors. So you're saying that the police fucked up and allowed social media to take the lead on the narrative, is what they're saying. While there's substantial learning for the constabulary, you've done lots of things wrong and you've got to have to fucking fix them. There are also findings and recommendations relevant to national policing. So everyone's doing things wrong. The review found the wider relationship between the police and the media to be fractured and identified that action needs to be taken on all sides to help build trust. When you're talking about politics, that means money. Usually. If you want to help build trust with your local politician, then if you donate to the party, that really helps to build the trust. Apparently. You know, if you sign up to the thing and you sign up to it and you become a party member, that helps to build trust. And then, I'm not even critiquing any political party here. I'm just saying, like, in politics, if you really want to build trust, you can become a wealthy donor. I'm having a little laugh. The impact of social media on policing was illustrated starkly, and the significance for investigators and investigations. The impact of social media on policing was illustrated starkly. Interesting language. You're saying that social media had an impact on policing, and this was illustrated starkly. Illustrated starkly. It's a strange language. It means that what you're saying is that it was clear. It was like very broad, like obviously and harshly made clear that social media impacted policing. How do you mean? So, okay. I know what they mean. They mean Curtis Media was turning up and filming things at the time, and other people, I won't just name him, but other people as well, were turning up and filming things, and then the police thought, well, I'm not doing this now because someone's pointing a camera at me. On top of that, you could argue that police had to turn up and go and police the social media people. Maybe you did or didn't have to do that because maybe, you know, people don't need policing when they're walking around filming things. But there was an impact. Anyway, there was an impact. The significance for investigations and public confidence must be acknowledged. The activity to address both these areas of learning must now be considered closely at a national level, including by the College of Policing. So what you're saying is, and I want to bring this back to the tragedy of Nicola Bulley being dead, right, is that Nicola Bulley's death, if we're going to learn from it, is that we should address how the police engage with the media to create public confidence and are able to control the narratives on social media. That's what's been said here, isn't it? Right or wrong, you can shout at me in chat if you want, if you think I'm wrong on that. But I think what's being said here is that the death of Nicola Bulley, if we can learn from it, the investigation into the investigation, if we can learn from it from a policing level, is that we need to control the narrative on social media. That's what it literally says. And it's interesting that following this, someone quite closely involved in the investigation came out and did an interview that wasn't presented on mainstream media, it was presented on social media, and it's helped to shape a narrative which seems to be in their own public interest and also in the interest, their own private interest, and also in the interest of the inquest, because it sort of confirms what the inquest basically said in lots of ways. Although that idea has been contested with me on Twitter by some thoughtful people, so I will not stick to those guns necessarily right now. Finally, we'd like to put on record our thanks to everyone who contributed to this review. Nicola was at the centre of the investigation. Not the review, the investigation. Oh no, this investigation. So Nicola was at the centre of this investigation, you're saying? Because what you've just said there was that social media, the way the police engaged with the media and social media was quite important, underneath other learnings. And the release about her personal information was important. And communications with the leadership were important. Yeah, I've got here communications with the leadership, releasing her personal details, communicating with people again, and the media response and the social media. It's like communications, releasing her public details, and the media, the social media included. So I don't know how central Nicola Bulley feels to that, that set of concepts, really. But you're assuring me that she is, so I should just take that at your word then, because this is media control. We're left in no doubt that Nicola, her family and friends were at the forefront of every Lancashire Constabulary officer's and staff members' minds as they worked to find her. Their dedication, while dealing with the scrutiny placed upon them, should not be underestimated. Back in the police again. The constabulary welcomed the review team with transparency and candour. And sorry, wait. Backing the police on a subject that you can't, like, you're saying that Nicola, her family and friends were at the forefront of every Lancashire Constabulary officer's and staff members' minds as they worked to find her. Like, you're telling me, right, that she's at the forefront of everyone's mind. Right? Like, it's just romantic language. Like, there may have been people that work for the police that were wandering around listening to their iPod while they were searching for Nicola and not thinking directly of Nicola and the family, but just listening to their iPod or something. I've seen photographs of police officers engaging with members of the public, talking to media, policing, walking through the caravan park, and the forefront of their mind were not Nicola's family and friends at that moment. It's just romantic language. Obviously people were concerned to try and find Nicola, yeah, but dressing it up like this in this report is strange, because basically what you're saying is it's like romantic language about, soldiers. Like, I could say something like, our wonderful soldiers are constantly thinking about the land back home and the people that they miss when they're engaged in difficult operations abroad, and sometimes they're playing darts and chilling out in the staff room or doing other things, and a lot of the time their thoughts are with the people at home, and that's the reason they're doing the job. But to do the job you can't constantly be thinking about that. You have to just be a human being. So this romantic language doesn't accurately describe the reality of what's going on, but it sort of romanticizes every policeman as being this noble, dutiful person that is out there in the rain and cold, Nicola in the forefront of their mind, when actually they may not all be like that. I'm not pointing the finger at any one person on Lancashire Constabulary, but over the time since Nicola's since the investigation into Nicola Bulley's death and today, there have been police officers who have been reprimanded for their behaviour on a varying level of serious crimes. Like, it's not all black and white like this. So I don't know why they're using that language like that. Their dedication while dealing with the scrutiny placed upon them should not be underestimated. I know it's a good pat on... That's a pat on the head. What that is it's a pat on the head for the grunts on the ground, basically. You've done a good job. We're not critiquing you. We're critiquing the big people at the top who did bad communications. In theory, I suppose. Bit of a funny playlist on the music today. Sorry about that. Yeah, weird playlist. Just keep skipping through it. The constabulary welcomed the review team with transparency and candour. So they're saying there that the police didn't fight this review. It's of significant credit to Lancashire Constabulary that their officers and staff have displayed and continue to display a real willingness to learn. We stand ready to support them, the Police and Crime Commissioner, and wider policing as we look to implement the important learning from this review. Andy Marsh, CEO of College of Policing. Review Chair, ACC, retired Dr. Ian Raphael, College of Policing. It's an interesting overview. It certainly is an interesting overview, I'll tell you that. Chuffing hell. We've been at this an hour and I've only got through the first bit. I apologise, it's going to be like that. Asking me questions, Shirley Davidson, who was the review team, I don't know. I'm not expert on this process. I'm going to read through this and give you what I'm trying to do really is, I know that they dress it up in strange language and I'm trying to decode some of it so that I can just say what they're telling me or trying to tell me. And like I said, I think it's really important that I don't just say what they say is this and therefore this, but what they say is this and therefore, hang on, are they saying this and do they mean this and is this right and is this fair? That's the way I'm trying to go about it, I think. And if anything jumps out at me where I can say, oh, hang on, what about that? In terms of what it's about to say here, amateur detectives on the amateur detectives. They were talking about them being on the ground in St. Michael's, global social media frenzy. So if anything jumps out at me that I think, is worth a talking point, or I can learn from, or even help us to find the truth for Nicola, that should be the main thing, finding the truth for Nikki, then I'm going to have a jump on that. Executive summary. What does executive summary mean? I was just like, I'm going to translate this for you so you can find out exactly what's going on. And I don't know what the executive summary is. What's executive? It's like the top people, the executives. It's their summary. What? Executive summary. Well, it's a summary anyway. It's an overview in some way. The Nicola Bulley case provided an unusually challenging set of circumstances for Lancashire Constabulary. The investigation generated unprecedented levels of mainstream and social media interest for a missing from home case, which turned out to be an accidental death after Nicola had fallen into cold water. So subtly, they're telling me here, we're not going to be questioning the inquest results. We're not going to be trying to critique that. If anything, this report is going to support that idea from the start. It's an accidental death, and we know it is because this is a piece of legal reporting. I'd say legal. Is it legal? It's the College of Police anyway, and they're doing this report for the police. So, the police have ruled, the judiciary system has ruled accidental death. So they're not going to come out here and say, oh, I think this might not be that, or it's this, or it's that. No, these are the facts. It's almost like a sort of military hierarchical thing. It's been adjudicated, so we cannot question that, and we are not going to. That is now fact in this. In their world, that's a fact. But in our world on social media, simply because the inquest has stated it as a decision, doesn't make it to us a full fact yet, I guess. A full fact. Yeah. Because there was no evidence of a crime, well, I'm never going to be able to get through this, am I? How am I going to get through this? What do you mean, because there was no evidence of a crime? Have you been watching the Nicola Bulley? Is this the same? Do you realise the same? I did a whole episode called "What Is Evidence?" Nicola Bulley, what is evidence? Go on Super Chuffer. You want evidence? Look, Super Chuffer. I did an episode. It's got Nicola Bulley and I think was it Alive that I did? Alive, what is evidence? I can't even find mine. I think it's Alive, and it's called Nicola Bulley, what is evidence, on the live stream. There, it's got a picture of the phone on the bench. I talk through what evidence is and state clearly where we have examples of things that could be or could not be considered evidence in the Nicola Bulley case. So, and when I say evidence, I mean evidence of a crime. I flippantly went through a few of them earlier. They were listed in the inquest. When that woman said that she heard someone scream, it might not be hard, direct evidence, but it's circumstantial evidence. People go to prison on circumstantial evidence sometimes. There was evidence of a crime. I mean, for one thing, Nicola Bulley's dead in the water. Could call that circumstantial evidence. And then the autopsy results where there were bruising and, you've got the Fitbit data. Don't even get me started, because that's not what I'm supposed to be doing today. But there were evidences. So I don't know how you can write that into... Well, I suppose that you have to write it into stone, because that's what it's weird this as well, isn't it? Because there was no evidence, and you're writing a report on the police investigation. So what you're saying is the police investigation provided no evidence. So because there was no evidence of a crime, no arrests were made, legal proceedings were not active. The media were therefore free of reporting restrictions. Oh my God. Are you saying that what you should have done is arrest someone and make it a crime, and in that case you could have shut down the media? Ha! And then later on you could release that person and say, sorry, we got it wrong, there's no crime, and they're innocent, and they turned out to be innocent, so you can report now. Michael Fish says, well, something that I'm not going to read out, thanks. Homophobia isn't tolerated, but I'll allow you to have said that cheeky comment, and then, you know, just bear in mind that homophobia is not tolerated. There's no evidence of an accident either in that case, says John Eads. Yeah, agree. If there's no evidence, there's no evidence, is there? There's no evidence of chuffing anything, apparently. No evidence of a crime. Well, no evidence of a crime, no evidence specifically of a crime, or circumstantial evidence that could point towards a crime. It seems strange that in the executive summary we've got this, but it also kind of says that the police didn't make any evidence enough that we could make an arrest. Sorry, the police didn't generate is the wrong word. The police didn't put forward enough evidence that we could make an arrest. That's a problem. Legal proceedings were not active, and if they were active, we could have shut down the media. The press office of Lancashire Constabulary's Media and Engagement, M&E, from now on we'll call it M&E, because no one wants to type out media engagement over and over again. The press office of Lancashire Constabulary's Media and Engagement team logged more than 500 media calls. Ooh, 500 phone calls and over 75,000 inbound social media comments on the Nicola Bulley case over a period of about a month. Wow, they logged 75,000 inbound social media comments. Do you know what? If I counted all the comments in my social media over a month, if I added up all the comments that I logged by having them on my social media and maybe pressing like, then there'd be quite a lot. And logging more than 500 calls in a month for a media and engagement team is like, it's nothing, is it? Hang on, I need the calculator. When I say nothing, I don't mean it's nothing. It's obviously some, but calculator. Calculator. Now listen, someone critiqued me the other day for needing the calculator to do 10% of the thing. I can do it. I got a great A star on my GCSE maths, but for everyone at home that doesn't, I'll do it on the calculator. And also, I just had trouble spelling calculator, so I might make mistakes. I'm going to read your thing that's gone past. Aliens. Thanks. that captured my attention for no reason. Thanks, John. And Karen says, no evidence either that Nicola Bulley either left the house that day either, is there, as you proved from the yeah, very, very strong point that really, you know, tapped my brain, is that I'm still wondering, you know, the only evidence we have that Nicola Bulley really went in that field is eyewitness accounts, which are eyewitness accounts. And what is evidence? If you go and watch that video, we talk about that in that. So I'm saying that you've had 500 calls and you've been operational for a month. I mean, are you allowing everyone a day off? We're going to say everyone gets a day off? No, the thing's open 24/7, isn't it? I don't know. Is it? Let's just give everyone a day off. So you've had 500 calls in 25 days, and that's 20 calls a day. So before morning, or sorry, 20 calls a day. You work an 8-hour day, yeah? So 20 calls a day divided by 8. You've got to get through 2.5 calls an hour. Wait. Where am I at? Too many windows. You've got... The press office of Lancashire Constabulary's Media and Engagement team logged more than 500 media calls in a month, yeah? Well, you did 2.5 calls a day. And you're a press office. Sorry, 2.5 calls an hour. 10 calls a day, and you're a press office. It's sorry, do you want to see that? I'll show you quickly, because it's been talked about in chat, and it is an important point. Danvers has put it up on the internet, and I was always saying, and you can see the videos on our channel here. You can see the videos on my channel here. I've always said that the Nicola Bulley CCTV is fake, but this image where it's been put together like this proves it without a shadow of a doubt. They cropped it in, and this earlier image of Nicola that we all recognise from the media, that was released to the media, is taken from the same camera lens at the same moment. Like, you see how it fits in at the wall there? It, like jigsaw puzzle, it fits there because it's from the same camera. It's a wide angle lens, and it captures that in the corner. And then to make this video that we've all seen on Jizzy True Crime, they've cropped it in and removed the bottom and the side, and then put a timestamp higher up, so the timestamp's entirely fake on top, and they've composite chunks. The image here includes the girls, sadly, that have been pixelated, but they've been removed on other video. It has been chunked and chopped, and my other videos prove that Jizzy True Crime put her watermark on, and then the character walks over the top, and then the watermark's over the top. She walks over the top of the watermark. So Jizzy True Crime managed to get her character over the top of the watermark. It's incredibly bad. Jizzy True Crime's got a greasy thumbprint all over it. It's terrible. Go and watch those videos on this channel, you know. But this proves it without a shadow of doubt. And seeing it like this, I was like, oh, how did I not see this? Look, this is from the same frame, and they've zoomed and moved. So that's incredible information. Danbers Ekid Suj on YouTube. Give them the subscribe if you're interested in what they're saying. Yeah, back to this then anyway. I'm surprised that they could put that in this. It's the language of your CV again, isn't it? Oh yeah, you know, I worked as a operational consultant in the foyer department of my I was on the reception. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like you did over 500 media calls. But when you work it out, it doesn't mean much, does it? And 75,000 inbound social media comments. You just counted the comments on your social media. It doesn't mean that you've done a lot of work here. But the numbers, when you put them in front of some idiot in politics somewhere, mean that it looks like you're doing lots of work so you can have money for a job. I find this to be strangely dressed up. At the peak of the attention from the media, the investigation generated 6,500 news articles globally in a single day. Well, that's also ridiculous, because what happens there, big up Saz, what happens there is that you get like one media article written by somebody and it's syndicated, and then it's picked up by all these other syndicated news areas. If it gets enough views, it will be syndicated further. So globally, in a single day, means that one or two, maybe three or four British news outlets wrote a particular piece, which was then syndicated. Like, you know how the Daily Mail's owned by Murdoch, which owns this and owns that and owns the other. Like, they write one article and it gets syndicated across Australia, across all the other networks, and if it charts well with number of views, because this case was interesting in that way, doesn't it, then they will syndicate it further amongst their other places. So what they're basically saying is that it went a bit viral, but 6,500 news articles in a single day, when you consider and they're going to get onto TikTok here in a minute, but when you consider the social media impact, it's like small potatoes virally, isn't it? But they're trying to dress it up and make it sound like this massive thing that the police should have realised was massive and handled differently. And what I think they're going to push towards, in my opinion, is that the Police and Crime Commissioner wants money for a social media control unit that has money pumped into it to deal with all these big numbers of on the social media, and we can't handle it, so we need some dedicated. To be honest, the police do have dedicated social media teams that work with their profile publicly. Like Lancashire Police recently have done a public engagement social media campaign with police, with baubles that go on the tree, and encouraging the public to decorate the baubles for the police. They do that, but they're suggesting here that, in a way, that they need something to deal with all these news articles and TikTokers. But I don't know if the police really need to deal with the news articles and the TikTokers. They need to deal with the solving the crime. But I understand that the case they're making here, I suppose. But I think there's counter arguments. Oh, it is justice back to front, right? Yeah, sorry. I'm being stupid. Big up Stover and Doddy's mom. Yeah, if you can send them an email, follow frame, then that'll get through to them and they'll bring it to my attention. That's a really good way to do it. We've got superchuffer@outlook.com. That's a group email for our team, so that I'm not personally directly, it's a team thing. I think it's a good idea. It's an idea I implemented. Right. Super chatted. Oh, sorry, I missed a super chat. Sorry. Big ups, Paul Taylor. Did you see the link I sent you on Peter's interview? You won't believe what he says. I'm not sure which. If it's not. Big ups, Broadmoor Intimate as well for the £5. Thank you both. I'm not sure I did or have seen the exact link. I might have slipped through the net somewhere. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the £5. I really appreciate it. How are you all doing in chat? You're all good. Lots of interesting ideas in chat as well. Importantly, you know, it's good that you have lots of different ideas. Bobby's on a bauble, that's it, Michael Fisher. And I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm here to tell you how I think. So, yeah. It's important. I will take a good look at it. I will. Thank you, Paul. Following this episode, I'll take a good look at it. Thank you, Seaman, for the $4.99 super chat. Big ups, Minks, the Mink Squad. Because Minky's on my mind because she's been pestering me all day. Big ups, Mimps, Chuffers, and Jessica S. Big ups, Scott and everyone. Thank you, Seaman. Thank you for the $4.99. The coffee system is still engaged. If you want to do it in the coffee, it will read it out on thing, but please be reasonable because we're doing a Nicola Bulley episode that could be, I suppose, a bit, I thought this might be a bit sensitive, but it's not really, is it? It's not really about Nicola. It's more about the media control than anything else, and it's a shame because I'd like to keep bringing it focused onto Nicola again, focused onto the truth, focused onto Nicola, but I feel like this is going to be a helium balloon that's dragging you away in a different direction that you kind of need to keep hold of and understand, but at the same time is dragging you away in another direction. Nick asks, how do I think about Peter Folding's interview? I've mentioned it briefly at the start, and I'll mention it in a serious video in a bit more in the future, but I would say that he's been thrown under the bus by this investigation, so it's important to him because he's got financial interests that need to be satisfied, quite big ones. Like his whole company's based on dragging people away from protests, and he makes a lot of money from the police, or I suppose not the police, but the government pay him to regulate and drag people away from protests. And I don't know if you know what Huntington Life Sciences is. Do you know what Huntington Life Sciences is? Because I certainly do. And Peter Folding was promoting on his website that he removed the protesters from Huntington Life Sciences. So my opinion is that he's a bit worried that if this throws him under the bus, that he's not going to get a lot of money for his business, search and rescue. The search and rescue bit makes him look quite good, makes him look like a saint, but I'm not going to sanctify him. In fact, far from it. So I worry until I see evidence that it's strange that he's completely changed his mind from what he said in all the other stuff. Big ups, Happy Days. Thank you for the £2 super chat. And I said at the start of today's episode as a sort of overview, which I'll quickly say again, we're in a political bun fight here now. We're in people trying to grab what they want. But Nicola has died. He's made it quite clear in his overview of the report here that Nicola's died and nothing's going to change that. So now let's see how much of this, what kind of pie is there on the table here, because I want fucking my bit. And a lot of people are doing that essentially. It's like they've got the bedclothes and there's not enough blanket for everyone, so they're all pulling at the blanket. Peter's been thrown under the bus. Peter's throwing them under the bus. Finances are all up in the air. You know, it feels like there's a. It feels like I've related Nicola's death in ways to the way in the sea, if like a whale dies, then the sharks come in and start pulling and biting at it, and you know it feeds this ecosystem. And Madeleine McCann's death. Madeleine McCann's death at the hands of, well, probably nobody, but hidden carefully by a pet. Sorry, whoops. You know, but that stuff, you know, that's a feeding frenzy for the media. So they've got their blood in the water here, and other people have got their reasons, their financial interests to worry about, haven't they? So if you follow the money, that's an interesting line. Yeah, I think that covers sort of what I think there. Michael Fish, animal testing, yeah, the worst kind of animal testing. If you know what happens, if you don't know what happens at Huntington Life Sciences, then I suggest you have a little look. I would suggest you don't, because it will scar you for the rest of your life. You won't be able to ever forget it. It's the worst thing that I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some fucking horrible things. But it's the worst, most horrible thing I've seen in my life. And Huntington Life Sciences test on beagles. I'm not going to focus on it too much. I'm going to stick to this more. But yes, I know my enemy. You know, yes, I know my enemy. And Peter Faulding is not the saint that everyone has made him out to be, in my opinion. Far from it. Yeah, so I think there's people are trying to cover their asses and create their political spaces and grab what they can. The online safety bill, interesting, being brought up by John Eads there, was brought up a lot during the Nicola Bulley stuff, and I had poo-pooed it a lot and said that the online safety bill doesn't really relate to this. My problem with the online safety bill, of course, and this, like, we're dragging me down a political line. I believe this is the problem with this now, is that I'm here to find the truth for Nicola in my Nicola Bulley interviews, not to end up being dragged into a political bun fight. But the same problem with the online safety bill is the same problem with what they're trying to do, sending people to Rwanda, and in all roads lead to Rome, which is that we want to pull out of the European Convention on Human Rights. And the first step towards that was Brexit. And the last step in it is your face in the ground being trodden on by a boot for the rest of eternity. The last step in it is that you drink Victory gin and smoke Victory cigarettes while the war in Eurasia continues forever. And you say, you love Big Brother and the video screens watch you while you sleep. And there's a 3 minutes hate for Goldberg because it keeps you in line. So be careful. Be careful with me, because I feel passionately about this stuff. Thank you, Shirley Davidson, for your highlighted agree. New hobby, £2 super chat. Was lovely jubbly just now. I am new hobby. You were lovely jubbly, now you're new hobby. Right, I'll remember that in my Rolodex of names. Yeah, thanks. Filed it under, I'll never remember that. It will come up again, I'll be like, well, yeah. But yeah, I'll try to remember that. Happy Days can explain it was a troll and they're not. Yeah, obviously we might pick up a few trolls here and there, but just like, you know, they just get filtered out. Don't stress. Happy Days talking about a petition as well. Like, petitions are an engagement with politics that, in my opinion, what the politicians do is they say, right, we're going to talk about what we want, right? And you want us to talk about what you want. So can you write a fucking petition and then we'll talk about what you want? And like, after you've fucking got around, like, most petitions don't even make it to the top line, do they? So we don't get to talk about what you want. But after you've fannied around and it's become not a hot topic and you've messed about, if you can finally get it there, then we'll talk about what you want. And a lot of the time it's just so that you run around and are busy. And I think there's better ways of me being busy than signing a petition or trying to push a petition, because even if they do talk about what I want, they're not going to talk about it with the same vigor, candor, and they don't have the same motivations. So I need to talk about what I want, or we need to talk about what we want and have our voices heard, rather than give them the permission through a petition to talk about what we want for 20 minutes and then poo-poo it. I feel like I'm being told to go and run around the houses instead of getting on with the damn thing. And I'm not discussing I'm not having a Brexit drama here. I was just pointing out that the recent politics, the politics that were raised in the comment about the removal of your human rights, the online security safety bill, all roads lead back to removing your human rights, and that was what Brexit was about, in part. I'm not having a discussion about everything else, but you cannot disagree that that's what it was about in part, because it is on the political table today, and that's what this is about in part, because obviously it's on the political table today. So I hate all this, and I hate the people that are doing it. So like, you know, read 1984, read Media Control by Noam Chomsky, and we'll continue to read through this, because I've read both of those things and it angers me. At the peak of attention from the media, the investigation generated 6,500 news articles. Ooh. On social media, the BBC estimated that TikTok alone featured videos with the hashtag of Nicola Bulley's name that had 270 million views in total. And that's interesting because it's inflated. TikTok serves videos at a far, far faster rate than YouTube. So people have got used to the idea of video views through the YouTube prism. So if you got, say, 10,000 views on YouTube, That's quite a lot of views. But also, it's not very many, is it? Like, Jake Paul gets like 2 billion or something ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's the levels. There are levels. And so, I'm going to be pleased with 10,000 views on a video. But in the big scheme of things, 10,000 views is quite a small thing when things can go viral to the tune of millions, etc. Interesting point, Michael Fish. Thanks for raising it. Interesting point. The TikTok alone featured videos with the hashtag of Nicola Bulley's video, and it had 270 million views in total. 10,000 views on YouTube, if you got them on TikTok, would be about 10 or 2 million, a million, maybe a million. I'm trying to put my zeros in the right place, but you have to inflate it. Like, TikTok's a different, you know, the amount of money you earn on TikTok videos, like a million views on TikTok is about 10,000 maybe or less on YouTube for money purposes. So I'm thinking the same in terms of, you know, global reach and stuff like that. Just because you're talking in big numbers here, 270 million views with the hashtag of Nicola Bulley's name, I know it was a big case, and I'm not underestimating that. And of course, it helped grow my channel on Super Chuffer, and lots of people that are interested in watching the videos and stuff still today. But I'm not saying that it's the biggest. Like, there are much, much bigger things that many, many people have thought about. And over the time that I've been thinking about it, it seems quite big and heavy and in frame for me sometimes, but other times I can just look out across the fields and remember that nobody else out there knows who all these people. I look out across my road, up the road while I'm walking the dog, and I just think, how many people in all these houses know who Paul Ansell is, or Nicola Bulley, or any of it? When I ask my friends at the pub and whatever, they say, I have to describe, oh, she's that lady who went missing, and there was the thing on the news and stuff like that. And so it you know, then they're like, oh, I remember who you're talking about, yeah. But they know that because it was on the news and stuff. It's not that, you know, there are people who are committed to this, there are people who are interested in this, but it's not the global phenomenon that they're trying to portray here, maybe. They're trying to, they're trying to inflate it for their own purposes, I guess, to try and make it seem like Lancashire Constabulary, I guess, had no chance of dealing with this and needed a much more serious, maybe separate. I'm thinking what they're trying to push towards is they're going to create a media division, like a media police division. Like, the police can't possibly deal with this. We need the media police. And we all laugh about that because you can't have the YouTube police. Get bent. You're not going to thought police me. But, yeah. That's what I think, anyway. A number of factors had an impact on Lancashire Constabulary's management of communications during the investigation, including a global social media frenzy, including amateur detectives on the ground in St Michael's-on-Wye posting content to social media channels. And that is ridiculous, right? We all remember the images from St Michael's where Sky News set up damn pagoda. Sky News set up the awning out the back, didn't they? What's it called when you got one of those in your garden?
It's raining again.
Big ups blinding the blind.
Swish, and then whoosh.
Blind leading the blind sent tippies. Great to have you back live doing what you do best, Super Chuffer. Big ups all in chat. R.I.P. Nicola Bulley. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I hope we're doing what we do best. I don't know. I think I do some other things a little bit better than this, to be honest. I think it's important that they had some understanding of what's going on here and are reporting this right, because they've got it wrong. There were people wandering around with their phones. They're called members of the general public. And these days, they've all got phones. And there were people turning up from outside the area who've got YouTube channels. They're also called members of the general public. And they've also got phones and maybe cameras. And you have to let them do what the fuck they want because it's public, right? There's that. And then you've also got the actual mainstream media who turn up with vans, cameras, pagodas, gazebos. That's it in chat. Gazebos. Thank you. Gazebos and all that. And they're also members of the general public, but they're working in a commercial capacity. So when it comes to setting up your gazebo in the park, right by the gate, then you could police that, or maybe it's the council that police that, because it becomes a commercial thing. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just fucking weird. Like, a number of factors had an impact on their management of communications. It didn't either. Like, management of communications should be, you hold your press conferences and you say what you want to say, and you're managing your communications then. And the impact was that there was a global media frenzy, and social media people were talking about it. But how does that impact your management of communications? Like, you do a press conference and you say it, and then it gets reported. If they'd cordoned off the area, this would have been controlled properly, says John. Yes, agree. Thank you, Shirley, for saying gazebo as well, yeah. There wasn't a crime scene, was there? And they sort of alluded to this in this, that they should have done that. But management of communications is the critical point here with the global media frenzy. So a search specialist involved in the case... Hang on, wait. A number of factors had an impact on the management of communications, including a search specialist involved in the case undertaking independent media activity. Got it. So they're throwing Peter Folding under the bus because they're saying, you went on the fucking telly and talked all about it, and that caused us problems in our ability to tell the story in the media. So in future, we don't want independent people going on the media and telling people about what's going on. We want to tell people about what's going on, and we don't want these people going on the social media and doing it, or any kind of media, independent media activity. That causes problems, they're saying. I would say had an impact on their management of communications. So they're accusing Peter Folding. I'm not... Okay, like, am I to now judge Peter Folding? They're accusing Peter Folding. This is like the next step, isn't it? And we've got his response, so I don't think I judge him yet until I see his response. But they're accusing Peter Folding of making the job of media communications difficult because he went off and talked and did what he wanted. There's two ways to take that. One is that he's telling the truth, and then he's making it difficult for us because we're trying to hide the truth, and he's telling the truth. That's possible. Although back then he towed the line in what he was saying, but he said it a lot. And he went on Vanished, and he went on GB News, and he stood out there in his big, brightly illuminated, high-vis coat, and all the media were around him, and he took questions, and he went down by the river with Paul Ansell and had the media with him, and they did questions. So they're saying that they couldn't really control things because Peter keeps... like, there's another way to take this, which is like, they think he's being unprofessional because they want to do a media press conference, in which case he could probably be there and talk with them at the media press conference, like, you know, but they want to lead the media thing and they don't want him going off and doing his own media. So he's been unprofessional there because he kept blabbing all the time. What he's blabbing about is irrelevant, but they're saying he's being unprofessional. Yeah. And it's interesting because Peter's defense from the interview is that he was so professional he wouldn't even do, you know, talk. He told the police said they'd searched for her, so that's it. I'm going to agree with the police and I'm not saying anything else. That's that. Thank you. I'm so professional. I'm going to say just what the police said, and that's how I'm super professional for the family. But they're saying he's not very professional. He went out and did lots of interviews. And that's what I'm reading into that. A search specialist involved in the case undertaking independent media activity. Right? They're not saying that what he said was wrong, but they're saying that him going out and doing the media was not what they wanted. Thank you, Paul Taylor, follow frame. Another £5 super chat. Thank you. You sent the email. I'll not believe what happened. I will definitely have a look at it. Thank you. You don't have to pay me to look at things, but I'm really grateful of the super chat. Thank you. And I'm sure that will come under my nose after this. This is going to take us some time as well, because I can tell by the amount of time I'm taking going through it, I'm going to be on this document for a little while.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Thank you.
Helen Elisechat sent tippies. Your earlier breathless rant was fantastic, sums up exactly how most of us feel. Nobody thought any less of Nicola for going through a bad menopause like hundreds of thousands of other women. Classic case of look here, don't look over there. Glad you're back on the case, Scott. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. Thank you. There was an interesting news report on the BBC recently that during lockdown, domestic violence numbers and incidents increased and didn't fall dramatically after lockdown either. And I'm surprised that we're doing an independent review into the control of the media when we could be doing an independent review into other aspects of policing, such as what was it called when they went round the welfare check? I mean, there's been an independent review of the welfare check, and they suggested, so there has been that, but like it feels a bit weird that we're doing this, and this is like the big news, and like the other things that like feel a bit more. Yeah, I don't think the failing here is the media control. I think the failing here is the welfare of Nicola Bulley in the leading up to it as well. Because what was said, really thanks for the super chat, because it's made, for the tippy as well, because it's put this at the front of my mind as well. I'd like to keep bringing it back to Nicola here, is that Nicola wasn't failed simply by the police not being able to find her in the water. Nicola was failed because she died, and she didn't have to. In my opinion, because I don't think it was an accident. I suppose I have to say that carefully, do I? Or do I? Do I have to say that carefully? I mean, like, I think there were opportunities or chances for her to have been, for policing to have been undertaken differently, and it could have led to Nicola's not being dead, maybe. I did a facetious sort of, where am I going? View my channel. I did a sort of facetious community post. Sort of facetious. If there's to be a Nikki's law, it should be the partner of a potential murder victim should be automatically considered a suspect. Because there's some murmur on social media about creating Nicola's law, and about it being something to do with coroners and inquests. But actually, I want to revise this myself now as well. If there's to be a Nikki's law, it should be something to do with the policing of domestic violence. There's a charity that we give to. It's not, what's it called, isn't it? Refuge, isn't it? It's Refuge. Called Refuge. So I'll just highlight that now. I'm just going to quickly chuck them a bit of super chat as well. So yeah, like Refuge is a charity that deals with that. Obviously, I'm not going to do this on screen. Wait. Refuge is a charity that deals with that. And if anyone, well, I'll just say that Refuge is a charity that deals with that. Am I happy to receive emails? No. I don't want to receive texts. No. Please tick the relevant box to not receive calls. That's cheeky. And then continue. And I want to do this by, please select PayPal. Please claim back the tax, yes. And I'm not a robot, no. And let's go to PayPal, please. Whee. Good job I'm not doing this on the screen, isn't it? But yeah, if there is to be a Nikki's law, then it should be something to do with ensuring these things don't happen, isn't it? Rather than learnings from what happened. And it might be argued that it means that they should just put a damn fence on that bit of the river. But that may be a bit facetious in itself, mightn't it? Before you go, could you take the next step and become a regular supporter? Well, I am kind of, so... anyway, yeah. Thanks very much for super chats and tippies, because it enables me to be able to do things like that, so I'm very grateful for that. Yeah, if Nikki and the Nikki's law, yeah, if there's anything to be learned, then there are things to be learned, and it probably is less about talking to the media. And in actual fact, unless Peter has been directly told, I mean, following this report, an interview with Peter, I didn't know that this report was going to, on the day, I should state this, shouldn't I? On the day this report came out, I was going to come and read. I should have stated it at the start of the episode, but I've talked about it on Twitch. I was going to come online and just do a read through of this, but I felt things. I didn't have the right vibe for it. And I wanted to be careful and cautious and take time. And then before I could be careful and cautious and take time and deal with my feelings, Peter did an interview and it dropped bang because he prepared it as a response to this. So then I felt more things and I had to be more careful and take more time. So we're here now doing it. I would have more questions of Peter to ask, and there obviously are more questions because the interview raised more questions than it answered, but thankfully you can have those questions answered, it seems. So I'm going to await those questions to be answered, but I might not get my question answered because I'm not allowed. I'm not prepared to pay like 40 quid to get them all answered. So here my question is. Thanks, Michael. I don't know about who Jason Watkins is. A search specialist involved in the case has caused them problems. Did they tell Peter not to talk to the press? They've got their own media and engagement team. I mean, they're busy on the phone talking to 2 people every hour. But they've got their own media engagement team, so that's more than one person, I think. Sorry, it's making me laugh now. It's more than one person who needs to take more than 2 phone calls an hour and do something else as well. And then you've got a team. But did they tell Peter not to talk to the media because it caused them a problem? So if it's caused them a problem and they're going to now, in review, say, well, that was a problem, did they tell him not to? Because they're raising that as a problem, throwing Peter under the bus. Limited coordination of police and family media activity. So again, if you're going to see, Peter's taken this very personally and has like come out and done an interview to basically say, F the police, which is weird because he kind of works for them all his life, but not directly for them, like just with them. And then, but also, like I said, the thing he's saying that he saw her, she was there, that also corroborates what the inquest result was, whether it corroborates all the facets of the inquest or not. It corroborates the result, or it helps to, and it plays down aspects of foul play. They were very keen during that interview to say, we're shutting it, a lot like Guess Who with all the different things up, a lot like saying, right, we're shutting that down now, we're shutting that down, because of this we're shutting that down. It seemed to shut down a lot of conspiracy theory on social media in some ways, but also open up a lot more questions than it answered. So in the same way though as Peter has been poo-pooed here, and I haven't read the full report yet, so we're going to get into it, but they're poo-pooing the family as well. And who are the family? This is a big question again that needs to be asked of everyone that's talking about this. I find it unacceptable at this point that we are referring to the family in this sort of thing, because we're trying to reduce the effect on the family, and by the effect on the family, what I mean is the children. I think the adults can fucking deal with it, to be honest. Like, it's sad and it's hard, but I to be honest, I think her parents can deal with a bit of media about the death of their daughter in the media, because they don't have to watch it, they don't have to read it, and if they find it difficult, they can look away. They don't have to buy those papers or switch on those channels. And I also find the social media, even what you would call the amateur detectives, you know, and all that, it's just people talking about stuff on social media. And again, you're not going to shut that down. Whether you like it or not, it's going to go on. So you have to be able to accept it and deal with it, because you've been through a tragedy and a trauma. And that, to an extent, and obviously there are some notable cases, aren't there, of certain crimes where people got taken to court for defamation and all sorts. So to a certain extent, you know, I'm not saying that people should be attacked on social media, of course, but discussion of stuff like that, I think you're going to have to accept that it's going to go on. So I think adults in this situation are going to have to not develop a thick skin, and I'm not being unsensitive to them. You know, I'm trying to understand their plight as well, but they've gone on the interview and they've gone on television and done interviews. So they've played their part in that. So critique of and discussion of is going to happen. So you're going to have a certain amount of thick skin on it, and then it's like this is Madeleine McCann all over again, because it's like a game with the media, and often I suppose Madeleine McCann and certain other, we looked at it on Thus, we looked at criminals who gave testimony to the public. Big ups BCTV, thank you for that. I'll get onto that in just a second. The idea of the dance between the media and the suspect, in inverted commas, or the people that are suffering, the family or whoever, is you want to use the media because you want Nicola to be found. So at first, most of the family and friends should, if they're innocent, which most of them are, they should step forward and say, talk to me, I'll talk to you, I want to explain everything, let's get it all out there, let's get Nicola found, let's get her back home. But when it turned out after a time that she wasn't coming home because she's died, then it changes, that dance changes, doesn't it? Now it's, I don't want to talk to you, door closed, leave me alone, until a later date where I've come to terms with everything and I'm prepared to do a Netflix special and be paid heavily for it. I wonder, talking of the family, whether Peter Folding can ever show those pictures that he says that he has, because, or that he's shown to people that to prove that he has, because you can't show them because of the family, he said, because of hurting the family. Well, that means that I thought it was going to be like, you know, you won't show these things because you've got copyright over an image that could earn you money in like a book or a Netflix special. But it might be that you can't ever do that now or show anyone to corroborate your truth because you can't hurt the family in public. And if you did show people, then you are hurting the family in public. And it seemed that describing the contents of the picture in a stream was equally as bad as showing the picture, in a way, in terms of hurting the family in public in some ways. Not equally, maybe. And what other people have done with TikTok imagery and stuff is grotesque. So I understand we need to be careful as media producers not to hurt the family when we create the media, and then we're being responsible media producers. But the family themselves are being thrown under the bus here for not coordinating with the police their own activity. And so my biggest question is, who are the family? Does that mean Paul Ansell in coordination with Peter? Because they went out and did their own things. They went on Vanished and did all that, and Emma. Or does he mean the parents who appealed for her to come home on Sky News? They didn't do much else after that. But family's a broad term, and I don't know how many people count as family. Paul Ansell probably doesn't, because he's not actually, like, he made children with her, but he's not actually married to her. I find it very difficult to use this term family all the time, and I think it brings in a lot of spin as well, because I'm doing it for the family, or the family wouldn't want me to do this, or the family this and the family that, and who's actually talking to them, and who are they, and how many people need to vote on it in the family before you can do it. Like, I want to talk about Nicola to this newspaper, but the family wouldn't like it. So I'm going to ask the family if it's okay I do that, yeah, first, yeah. I want to make videos on Nicola on YouTube, so I'm going to ask the family first before I do that. And they all, you voted I don't do it, but you're outvoted by the rest of them. I've got 3 cousins over here that say you can. I mean, what? Do you know what I mean? It's when it suits you, you use the family in conversation to help you, and when it doesn't, you don't. But with all the reports made and the people involved, who is lying here, says BCTV. At the moment, I don't think I've got a full. I don't think I've got a full grasp on it. Big ups Acoustic Gymnastics, seen you in other channels recently. Big ups. I don't think I've got a full grasp on it, on who's telling exactly. And I think some people are telling facets of the truth and their truths, and other people are telling facets of untruths, and that there's this political pulling and argy-bargying going on, and I don't think that it's fully, like, politically, I don't think it's fully played out. And lying is a difficult term, because, like I said, there's lying, there's half-truths and untruths and missing pieces, and believe me, I'm telling you the truth now, but I wasn't telling you the truth before, but not telling you the truth before was for your own benefit, and stuff like that. And there's people that I wouldn't trust to tell me the truth because I can see their track record and sort of who they are. So I think, yeah, it's those sort of difficult conversations go on in some ways. Like, the commission as well that's written this isn't one person either, so I don't know who gets the final say on what's being said. And I would say, rather than lying here, it's much more about like, have you ever seen The Thick of It? There's a comedy show called The Thick of It, and it's politics behind the scenes, and everyone's getting shouted at by Malcolm. I think there's a lot of that going on here as well. So there's all sorts of other questions that are being thrown up here as well during this process. So I'll tell you what they don't want to do. Listen, what they don't want to do is to completely shut this down on social media, because otherwise they wouldn't be releasing documents and having interviews going off and doing press conferences released on social media. Now, I'm not talking about this on social media because the police are trying to shut it down, am I? But gain control, that's a different conversation. Gain control, like, obviously I'm not in the pocket of the police. I've decided to stake that position very clear very early on in my life. But like, at the same time, I respect what they're doing as a job. And I don't think that it's their... if you want to say the police did a bad job here and now they're lying to cover it up, then you're basically saying that there's a problem in the corruption of the police, and that could be the case, but that would lead back to their underfunding by the politicians and the cuts and the allowing of that to continue. Like, it doesn't get to this point overnight, so everyone now has egg on their face. So it becomes a sort of... Now, again, it makes me think about the media that, like The Wire, in The Wire, you know, there are people who scratch each other's backs, and not everyone's doing the right thing here. And yeah, I think it's murky waters. Also, a number of factors had an impact on Lancashire Constabulary's management of communications, including a search process that was lengthened and complicated by tidal flows and difficult river conditions. So now they're blaming the river. Feels like I'm being gaslit by a narcissist. It's not my fault, it was the river. The river made it difficult, except Peter Faulding went up and down the river and said it was crystal clear, and he got pictures of all of it, and if you went in the river then he'd find you, and if you dropped a fucking Lego in the river he'd pick it out and finish your building, your Lego with it. Like, that contradicts certain things that have been said, but if you want you can say the search process was complicated by the river being tidal. In fact, yeah, I suppose, well, in the inquest, they basically said that, you know, she went over that weir pretty quick. But I don't think that's fair, even. I think that's unfair, because what you're saying, necessarily, is that the search process was complicated by it being tidal flows. Tidal flows move in and out. So you're saying that Nicola effectively moved while she was being searched for. But you're saying that she was buoyant and being... floating up and down the river, and people didn't find her, and that made it more difficult. I think that made it more like she's doing that. It's almost ludicrous at this point, actually. You know, if she's doing that and floating up and back and forth, then someone would have found her quicker. In contrast to the management of communications, the police investigation into Nicola's disappearance itself was highly professional and was delivered to a very high standard. So what you didn't see behind closed doors was very, very good. Lancashire Constabulary quickly identified this internally as high-risk case, and they deployed significant resources beyond what normally would be anticipated to find Nicola. Fair enough, I suppose. The investigating team started with a working hypothesis that Nicola had gone into the river whilst not closing off other options. Ultimately, this hypothesis was proved to be correct, following a substantial and professional search operation. Johnny says the river is not tidal until beyond the weir. Agreed. Paul Taylor, thank you for the £5 super chat. Peter found Nicola Bulley the second day. You're saying to me you need to watch the vid. I can't factor that in now until I watch the vid. So thank you again for the £5 super chat. We'll check that. You know, we'll look into it. I can't substantiate that now without looking into it. Right, and I'm not going to do it exactly right now, like I said. So. I think, right, also, like I said, I'm going to, after I've read through this, like I said, we're going to see that, because Peter's done a press statement, an interview, that's become a big part of the narrative now. It's like, we're talking about the social media narrative first and foremost, and it's become part of the social media narrative what's going on now, isn't it, what we're saying? So I think I have to do things in order, but I am getting to that, yeah. So thank you for that, Paul. Thank you. what they said here about she'd gone in the water and they were right. They started with a working hypothesis that she'd gone in the water. They didn't close off other options, but they were right. Fair play the police. Well done the police. In support of this hypothesis, the investigating team had background information on Nicola that was not publicly available. The way in which this information was eventually communicated to the public proved to be the most controversial aspect of the investigation. We've already covered that. No, it's not. The failure to brief, and also, in support of this hypothesis, the investigating team had background information that was not publicly available. What? Loads of it, did you? Loads of really good, interesting information that wasn't publicly available, such as fucking what? Because you're telling us it was communicated to the public, and that was controversial. So such as she was an alcoholic and went through the menopause because there was a welfare check on her. That's your background information that pointed you towards the support of the hypothesis that she'd gone in the river. What you mean is, you think she might have done herself in. That's what you mean, isn't it? She'd gone in the river. And that was your hypothesis, because she thought she was a bit mental because you heard this in the background. Not that because of a welfare check you were worried about domestic violence in the home and you instantly brought poor Lancel under suspicion, brought him in for questioning. Not that. Is it that? Or was the hypothesis that she went in the river and you're telling us that this information supported it? So again, it is kind of like spin here, isn't it? It's basically saying the police were right and they knew stuff you didn't, and now you know what they didn't. That was controversial, but they were right. The failure to brief the mainstream media on a non-reportable basis on this information. So I didn't know they could do this. I didn't know the police could brief the mainstream media on a non-reportable basis. What's the point in that? I suppose you can shape the narrative and you can be careful and controlled. Like, so if there's a bad crime that's going on and you're trying to catch a criminal, then you don't want the police just to say things to the media and then the media just report everything. You want to be able to say, listen, we think this criminal's got a bit of a thing for current buns. So we're going to be saying stuff in the media about this current bun stuff, and we don't want you to say anything about the current bun stuff because we're going to be hoping the killer turns up at the current bun factory again. So you know the media, you know he's got a thing for current buns and the current bun factory. So when you see this stuff going on, don't blow the cover, keep it down on the current buns, and then later we'll give you a big interview all about current buns. So they might have been doing something like that. Non-reportable basis. I mean, I don't know, like, what's a non-reportable basis? I didn't know that even existed. Brief embargo and reporting of the briefing. It makes you wonder, like, they're saying the failure to brief the mainstream media on a non-reportable basis on this information. So what other information exists that they brief the mainstream media on a non-reportable basis? Because I'd like to have a big list of that, because then, like, you know, what counts as the sort of thing that would be non-reportable? Because then I've got to think to myself, was there anything else that was non-reportable that they did brief the mainstream media on, and this piece of information somehow failed to get through that system? Or were they not doing that system at all? You know, it opens up. See how I'm like, it's like they're saying in this piece that we should be shutting down this social media chatter, but actually what they're doing here is opening up cracks for more social media chatter. So the failure to brief the mainstream media or to adequately fill the information vacuum allowed speculation to run unchecked. Moral panics, folk tales. This led to an extraordinary increase in media and public interest in the case. It's not exactly moral panics, folk tales, but it makes me think of it because, like, information vacuums and control of information. So you're saying that if you don't say anything, people say all sorts of things. But that's not exactly true either. It's that if you do say stuff and it doesn't really, like, ring right, then people say all sorts of things and have questions. If you give people a really solid account of the truth, then they're just like, okay, yeah, right then, and then they move on. Like, if you give them a really flimsy account full of holes, they're like, okay, yeah, but what about this, and how about that, and I don't think this, and like, you know, that's the problem they had. And I think that there was an information vacuum, but I think it wasn't just the information vacuum, it was the problematic information that we had. And the big up C-Man, how are you doing? There's all sorts of problems with the, I would say, like, what this also says as well, talking about filling the information vacuum, what it also says, reading between the lines, because this is political, is there's a hole, an information vacuum. Actually, thank you, Seaman, for talking about hole there, because how in future can you adequately fill the information vacuum if the information vacuum is the social media churn, the daily tweets and TikToks and YouTubes and conversations and panels, and you know, how can you accurately fill that, adequately fill that? You know, you got to have a pretty big police willy if you want to adequately fill that vacuum, haven't you? I think what they're trying to say here is that we need to have an agency that fills that vacuum. And I worry that if you're going to be talking in the same breath as a non-reportable basis to the media, and you're also going to be filling the social media vacuum with information, I worry if it's going to be overt in terms of, we are the police social media team, so if you want to talk Nicola Bulley, we're here on a live stream and we're going to be here all day, and like, you know, and stuff like that. You could imagine they could fill that information vacuum by employing a social media team, and that social media team would be essentially a marketing team, because that's what you kind of get with social media teams these days. And the Tory party and their friends and the people that work with the Tory, they've already employed lots of social marketing teams in the Tory party. They're already friends with a lot of them. They already make a lot of money for them and with them. And, you know, they're already, it's sort of inclusion. It already sort of happens as a process. So it feels like they're trying to bring that process into policing in some way, of social media and marketing control through an agency, an independent, but, you know, commercial agency, and it's a weird thing. I think there's a lot of bad questions that are brought up here. Big ups Truth Finders. They say no criminal evidence. Nikki had a bruise on her arm. Yeah, absolutely was 14 by 14. I mentioned that a little bit earlier in my massive breadth of evidence. There are loads of evidences that are foul play that they just changed the narrative on by producing the report. And if we report the report and talk the report, we could fall victim to independently changing the narrative through their agenda. My worry about this information vacuum being filled as well is that it's quite one thing to have a sort of cringe social media company running the police. It's quite another to have a very astute and aware, cynical shark in the water running the social media of the police. And it's quite another to fill that information vacuum with third parties paid for by independent people that help to control the narrative for the police, that you can't tell between me and someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, how would you know if you had a streamer that was a good streamer, that was honest and independent, just trying to do their best and like navigate these things, basically because the audience have asked them to? Like, if I'm really honest, I was kind of happy to walk away from the Nicola Bulley thing after the inquest and still talk to people on Twitter and gather a bit of information. And, you know, this thing, I was going to do a video about it, but I thought, I can't do an hour of stream about that. It's like, there it is. That's fucked. And that's like even shorter than a short. But I've been gathering bits of information and thinking about it. You know, I don't walk away completely, but in terms of content, I was prepared to sort of move on a bit. But I've been, just when I was out, they pulled me back in. And there's been this review, and now social media, like I said. So I'm here. You know who I am, yeah? And also, you know, a little bit of my politics, because I can't shut up about it. Can I? Yeah, can't shut up about it. But how do you know that someone on the right-wing Tory party agenda, you know, politics of politics and politics. You know, this makes me worry about Peter Folding in the interview again as well, because if you look into the Break the Ice channel, there's some questionable videos on there that you could say questionable videos on there, and yeah, financial interests at play, aren't there? So it gets murky. It gets murky. I'm not saying that I know who Trust the Ice is. In fact, I don't. So, but what I am saying is that when they're going to try and fill this information vacuum, when they are going to try and fill this information vacuum, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to engage on social media in such a way as to be taken seriously or filter into the narrative. I believe this already happens politically. Like, to filter into, I mean, take for example trans issues or people's opinions on what Sam Smith is up to. Yeah, have you really got strong opinions on that, or do you not really care because it's just a singer doing some nonsense, selling some records and messing about? And like, how many singers have been a bit extraordinary and outrageous over the years? You know, you're going to tell me you're still cross about like Madonna's pointy bra? But some people want to push an agenda that's the biggest problem in the world, because then it helps to push an evangelical right-wing Christian agenda that helps to fund and fuel America's right-wing current political build the wall. So there are political things that get pushed through social media and seem to be quite important and talked about on social media because they're being funded and fueled through a political pursuit. And we, the normal people, end up talking about politics where we didn't realise we were going to get dragged into a big thing about politics. And it turns out that it helps to, you know, sell tickets, pass votes, whatever. So I'm concerned about that now even more, because it's been clearly stated here that they're going to adequately fill the information vacuum in future. I mean, I understand they mean in future on other crimes and stuff, but they might start now on the Nicola Bulley thing, maybe. It does worry me, you know, it does worry me, that statement. And what recently has filled the information vacuum has been Peter and his interview. So I appear to be throwing a bit of shade over that way today, but let's just be fair and clear. Like, you know, it's come my way. I'm not happy with this whole concept here, with this thing. This led to an extraordinary increase in media and public interest in the case, which is wonderful if you're the police and you're looking for a missing person. So you cannot have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say, I want loads of interest to help finding a missing person, but now that we got loads of interest in a missing person, that's bad. Because we were out of control on the interest. Other people were trying to find her and walking off trying to find her themselves. They weren't following the map that Emma gave them. Like, I just think it's a bit of a weird double standard here. This was fueled by several newsworthy elements. This included the apparent mystery of why Nicola had disappeared, leaving behind her dog and leaving her mobile phone still connected to a Microsoft Teams call. So you're sort of saying, if the police had been able to accurately say why Nicola disappeared, and no, are you? Like, because, okay, so I thought what was happening was the, fair enough for your opinion there, Lizzie Bell. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't like Andrew Tate and the politics of the misogyny of Andrew Tate, and I don't like I don't like homophobic politics that demonise homosexuality as if it's paedophilia. I think that is broken thinking. So I don't like Broke the Ice, no. But you're allowed to like them, but please don't bring it up anymore. And same with you, Deptford. I don't agree. I don't agree. After I heard him say that he wanted more than the average person in that video about Andrew Tate and why he's so good, I lost respect for him. So I don't agree. I'm interested in, as Truthfinder says, I'm interested in justice for Nikki. And I'm worried that at the moment there's a political bun fight where people are interested in their own interests, and that preparing things 2 weeks in advance and dropping them and money for super chats and stuff maybe takes the focus slightly off justice for Nikki and more on selling the perception of one of these players as being a saint, because they're going to sell you a book and want to appear on the telly more. So I'm careful about that. That's my feelings. Interesting here is these included the apparent mystery of why Nicola had disappeared, leaving behind her dog and leaving her mobile phone still connected to the Microsoft Teams call. So what they're saying here, though, is because the police actually did come out and say Nicola's disappeared, she's left the phone and the dog, but we believe that the most likely thing that's happened is she's fallen in the water. So the mystery of why she disappeared is solved there immediately. We think she went in the water, right? Big up Stepford. So you contrast it. You like Break the Ice, but you don't like Andrew Tate. So I'd encourage you to watch his opinions on Andrew Tate and then maybe think about your opinions. But it's up to you. I'm telling you how I feel because it was asked of me in chat there. So if it starts going too fast, I'll just put slow mode on. Or you can at me. I don't want to listen. I'll tell you what I don't want to do as well. I don't want to turn this into a political bun fight between me and another YouTuber or anything like that. I think that's a bit beneath what we do here on Super Chuffer. If you want to do that sort of stuff, if we want to do that sort of stuff, we can do it on Battery Exhausted where we have a laugh about it. But over here, I think that's about enough of that sort of conversation. Not because I'm losing control of it or I'm eggy or anything, but because it just doesn't really serve the conversation I'm having that is going to be the some part of this episode, and that later on when we come and review Specialist Group International and Peter's response, then we can maybe have some of those conversations a bit more. I'm prepared to have them. I'm not afraid to say them, but I just don't think they quite fit here. So we're going to move through the process, and I've had to have some time and think about it because I don't want to jump to any big conclusions. And Paul Taylor, Photo Frame, sent me a video that I've got to watch as well before I, move on to that as well, which is exactly why I'm trying to tread with trepidation. So there we go. The failure to brief the main... Where was that here? Look. This mystery of the dog and the Microsoft Teams call. What's interesting here is in the College of Policing Independent External Review, lots of words, they're saying that the mystery of why Nicola disappeared, leaving her dog and the phone and the Microsoft Teams call, fueled this increase in the media and public interest. So if the police could have done something to fix that, that would have helped, yeah? But they did, which is that initially they said, we think she's gone in the water. So that's the mystery solved, because she's gone in the water. Why did she leave behind her dog? Well, she fell in the water. What about her phone? Well, she fell in the water. Why was it connected to the Microsoft Teams call? Because she was talking to them before she fell in the water. But what they didn't do is assess whether that story holds water itself, did they? Because they did try and just completely shut that down. But then people said, well, how come she was not holding her phone when she went in the water? And how did the dog was it wearing its thing? And they didn't do the investigative work to answer those questions, did they? It makes me think again, whether it was about the it makes me wonder again whether they should have set up a crime scene, even if for show, even if I don't know the workings of the law enough maybe to say whether they can set up a cordon off an area for investigation. Of course they can. Of course they can. Even if there's not a crime, can the police coordinate? Wait. I'm just going to quickly Google. Can the police cordon off an area if no crime has been committed? UK. Please Google. In non-terrorism cases, the authority for the police to set up and regulate cordon is governed by common law. PCSCs have no power under common law. Is this true? College of Policing? Yeah. The police are justified in cordoning off an area for the following reasons: to protect public safety. Protect public safety. Secure, protect and preserve the scene. Control sightseers and traffic through the use of cordons. Other cordon seals off exclusive zones. Rescue zone. Rescue. I think it's a bit of a grey area, isn't it? But if there's no crime, it makes it an even greyer area. So I would have said, but public safety, like, why aren't they that sharp? Are they not that sharp, right? The public safety thing, like, you could have said, if Nicola has entered the water here, then we believe this area is unsafe. So we're going to cordon off the area for public safety. You can't go there with your mobile phone looking because you'll fall in. She went in. And then they could have cordoned it off for public safety, and then they've got every chance of, like, treating it like a crime scene without it officially being a crime scene. I'm surprised they didn't manage to circumvent their own law in that way. But the other thing that's being raised here is that they didn't give an adequate reason or description for her falling in the water in that way. And that's something that we've always had a problem with. And the inquest itself didn't either. Like, that still stands out, doesn't it? Even though this document says the inquest was correct, accidental death. It's pointing out that there's still a mystery as to how you have that. Because if you are holding your phone and you're on a Teams call, or you put it down on the bench for some reason because you listen to it, like, no other human being in the world would just put their phone just down on the bench just to listen to it. And you're messing with you're putting on the harness, aren't you? You're just messing with the harness, and then you've managed to go, like, all the way down. I just, don't even get me started. That's the whole point here. That's the whole point, is it's very difficult to believe that, isn't it? So what you're saying is that the loss of control over the media narrative by Lancashire Constabulary was in part due to the decision-making and leadership of the chief officer team. While all the component parts of an effective response were present, they were not fully delivered to the level required. Improved awareness, decision-making and oversight from the chief officer team would have proved beneficial, including recognition of the added significance and complexity caused by the social media and media interest. Who's that? I don't remember the names of the ladies that were the police officers that were in charge at the different times, but the first one that came out and did the first press conference, they've just said she's shit. Big ups True Finders. His words was, whose words? Was he believed Nicola's death was accidental, but now she became in the river, he doesn't know. Death was accidental, but how she got in the river, he doesn't know. Whose words were that? Because the description of her being in the fetal position would absolutely corroborate her ending up in the river. Most normal people are found in that position in the river if they did just go in the river, it seems. I don't want to get too off track. Oversight from the chief officer team is basically the point here in this paragraph. They're saying that the problem here was that the chief officer team, who is the chief officer, who was removed and replaced by Sally Riley, wasn't it? The second one. Sally Riley was Sally Riley the first or the second one? Was Sally Riley the first one? Her name rings a bell, and you're saying it in chat. So, the first one anyway. They're saying she was shit. And that because of her being shit, they lost control over the narrative. The decision making was bad. That's her decision. She made bad choices, and the component parts of an effective response were present. She had all the things that she could have put into operation, but she didn't do it. She didn't do a proper press conference. Like, where are they? Like these chuffers, straight off. She didn't bring in Edward Snowden, sit next to her and do it properly. I wonder if she didn't like Edward Snowden and his approach and things like that, and whether there's other politics involved behind the scenes, because it seems like now she's being thrown under the bus. All the components were there. They weren't delivered to the level Improved awareness, decision-making and oversight from the chief officer team would have proved beneficial. And it felt like that, to be honest, at the start, didn't it? So, yeah, she's the first one, Sally Riley, right? It felt like that because she did that one bit where she was like in a car park and the press are talking to her. And she's like, well, we don't know how Nicola got to the school, but we believe she was then walking a dog. And we're like, what do you mean you don't know how she got to the school? Her fucking car's there. So, like, you know, she said some really strange things. And it just made us think, like, yeah, I guess I kind of agree with this report, actually, in tone, that if they're going to throw her under the bus, she did seem to be a bit flippant, and it didn't seem to be that they were taking it as seriously as maybe people would have liked. But then that was remedied by her doing a proper press conference, and then finally her being removed. And also, though, I did feel a bit of sympathy in that, like, if someone goes missing, and okay, she went missing near a river, and they're in the river searching for her, but if they go missing, like, what are you going to do? You're the police. Like, you need to have evidence in order to call it a crime. And so I suppose, yeah, the reason I was cross was because I think they should have been calling more people into questioning, thinking more carefully about whether people were suspects, and not writing people off as just like, oh, that's fine, thanks for the CCTV, you're out of the picture. Yeah. I'm a bit 50-50 on that, but I see what they're saying. They're throwing Sally Riley under the bus, including recognition of the added significance and complexity caused by media and social media interest. Sally Riley doesn't understand Twitter. Once control of the media narrative had been lost, Lancashire Constabulary faced an extraordinarily difficult task regaining it. So Rebecca Smith's not to fault. Again, it's like saying that Sally Riley fucked this, and not just fucked it in public. Their attempts to do so eventually led to the unnecessary public disclosure of sensitive personal information about Nicola Bulley, which was widely criticised. This independent external review has found that the investigation into Nicola's disappearance was very well handled and resourced. Significant changes were created by not declaring the investigation a critical incident. So that's Sally Riley again, because she was the first one. When it was clear that Lancashire Constabulary was being criticised and that there was a risk to public confidence. Is it the round way I'm reading this? But to me that sounds like Sally fucked it up because when people were giving us shit, I've got to stop swearing, but I'm trying to say it in as base language as I can. Sally messed up because when people were giving us, critiquing us, she should have declared it critical. But that's funny, because shouldn't you have declared it critical because you really want to find Nicola, and like within the first golden hour she's not turned up, and things like, if you're going to rescue someone from the river, you've got to rescue them within like the first hour. That's the golden hour. Is it? No, the golden hour is when you have an accident that you've got to get to hospital within an hour, isn't it? Basically, you want to be critical early. But the reason they're saying you want to be critical is when people start having a pop at you in public. When it was clear that Lancashire Constabulary was being criticised and there was a risk to public confidence, that's when you hit the alarm button. Who's not on the big red telephone? Look, she wasn't on the big red telephone, no. But there was a risk to public confidence, I know. Silly. That's silly Sally. If she'd have called up Edward Snowden on the big red telephone, yeah, she should have, shouldn't she? Should I do my buttons? He didn't know I was going to do the buttons. If she'd have called up Edward Snowden, do you think she would have done? She should have done, don't you? You think she should? Yeah, because if she'd have called Edward Snowden on the big red telephone, when she lost public confidence, if she'd have called Edward Snowden, yeah, then he'd have fixed it. But she didn't, because she's not smart enough. No? So, go on. It's your thought, you have it. Yeah. It's my thought, I'll have it. So the thing you want to do is have Edward Snowden on the phone when things are going bad maybe we don't need to call him up on the phone. We should let him make decisions in advance. Good thought. Well done. Well done for having that good thought. Clever you. You're the public. We'll go with what you think. I'm the public now, am I? Shut up, you. Right. So the idea here is that we clearly, when there was a risk to public confidence, should have been on that bat phone and declaring a critical incident. And I don't know what that means. Do you mean you should have gone out and looked for Nicola properly? Or do you mean that you should have had some sort of public media controlling company jump in? And I wonder what the critical incidents hotline is when there's a risk to public confidence. I wonder what happens. Could you imagine? To me, that's, again, it's like the thick of it. It's like Malcolm Tucker. He's the public confidence hotline. He runs in and says, "You got this all messed up, you chuffers. Oh, you're messing up badly here, you chuffers." I don't want to swear, but I can't do Tucker without swearing, can I? "Oh, you chuffers. You're really making a hodgepodge of this." No, but that's it, isn't it? It's the politicians and the media people, coming in to put out the fires, risk of public confidence. And I'll tell you what, they keep it damn serious. They take it absolutely serious. So I didn't realise I didn't have live chat on. I've had top chat on the whole time, but I assume it's very much the same. They treat it very, very serious because public confidence is very important. Because you know what happens when you don't have public confidence? I mean, just look at Ireland. Some shit goes down and they have a riot. That's in England as well. I mean, just look at Ireland recently. That happened. It happens everywhere. If you don't have public confidence, yeah. So what's better could be done than the person who's publicly going against you to come out and confidently state that she was definitely there in the water, so that the inquest was correct all the time, and you can all just shut up with your funny conspiracy theories, because the reason we don't have public confidence is we don't think the crime was investigated properly. What crime? There was no crime. There was no crime. Remember, who's doing the thinking here? Well, me again. So can we go through this again? In the inquest, it was definitely an accident. Yeah. But was she in the water the whole time? Because she was definitely because the inquest, and it was an accident. If only I could. She was definitely in the water the whole time. I'm doing the thinking here. And so it's good now that Peter can corroborate that she was definitely in the water the whole time. Sort of. I'm getting ahead of myself. You won't want to watch that episode. The bat phone never rang. It was part of the furniture. It's never done this before. Big ups JJ Kane. Nobody knew to answer it. They were just like, what? No, you see, we're not blaming the politicians here. We're not blaming the people that could have come in and saved the day by dealing with the public perception of the police. No. We're blaming, well, if anything, the public themselves for losing confidence with the police. That was a bad move on the public's part. They shouldn't be losing confidence with the police. And it's Sally Riley's fault, if anything, for not being a good enough police in front of the public. And then she didn't press the big red button. So this decision had a negative impact on many aspects of handling of the case, including the strength of the gold leadership structure. What's the gold leadership structure? What's that? It's like the worst piece of marketing speak I've ever heard. What's the gold leadership structure? I bet it's like a thing that they do. It's like a thing, like gold leader refuses to obey one thing at a time rule. What? It's on LinkedIn. Managers, the gold leadership style is a management. Oh, don't get me on this. If it's going to be it could be really serious. It's hierarchical, I guess. It could be a really serious management style, psychological, backed by. It could be a good thing, or it could be some nonsense marketing thing. A gold, silver, bronze command structure is a command hierarchy used for major operations used by the emergency services of the United Kingdoms. So it's actually legit, it's the proper thing. Some practitioners use the strategic tactical operation command structure instead, but different categories are equivalent. In some cases, the cabinet briefing room would assume ultimate control and act at platinum level. Gold is strategic, silver is tactical, and bronze is operational. Created by the Metropolitan Police as a direct response to the Broadwater Farm riot. The riot broke out in North London on 6th of October 1985 and led to the murder of PC Keith Blaislock. The Metropolitan Police realised their usual the Met Police realised their usual rank-based command system was inappropriate for sudden events because nobody knew who was in charge during the riot. So they implement this new structure, gold, silver, bronze. Strategic strat. Okay. Gold commander, overall control of the resources. Silver commander, tactical manager, tactical implementation following strategic direction given by gold. Bronze commander, directly controls an organisation's resources. Okay. It's interesting though, it's interesting. I'll have to look more deeply into that. So by not declaring it critical, that had an impact on that structure and the decision making. Big ups Just Jen. Pitfall for police tactical media response, writing their own narrative. Thanks, I'll look at that. But it sounds like what's happening here is like I critiqued Sally Riley for not having the correct information at hand when asked by the press in the early stages. And you would think that Sally Riley would have been gold strategic? Commander of the overall resources at the incident. Like, she's not high up, but like she's on, this is her case, she's dealing with it. She's the gold commander. Then the silver commander is someone who manages tactical information following strategic. Maybe she's not, maybe she's silver, maybe she's going out there and managing the thing by talking to the media. Bronze commander directly controls the organisational resources at the incident and will be found with their staff working at the scene. So they're the people on the scene who report back to someone who comes and says, I'm the silver commander, tell me what's going on here. When a silver turns up, you tell them what's going on. And the silver is the tactical commander who manages tactical implementation, strategic direction given by gold, and makes into set of actions that are completed by bronze. Silver gets things done, or gets people to get things done. Command vehicle or near the scene at a remote building. And the gold commander's back in the office, making the decisions. So if there's a breakdown in this, I wonder about two-way communication here. You know, I wonder whether we're throwing the silver commander under the bus as well. We're mentioning the gold leadership structure and decision making. So we're basically saying, what we're saying here is that, I mean, I don't know whether Sally Riley's in gold or silver here, but I think she might be in gold. But you'd think gold might be even higher up than her. But what we're basically saying is that bronze is not to fault. Yeah. If you're a police person working on the Nicola Bulley case and you went out and did your job like you were told, then you're not wrong and you did everything right. So the police are good on the ground. If you live in the area and you're worried about falling in the river and being caught, or someone catching the people who push you, then you don't have to worry because the police on the ground are good people and they're doing a good job. In the link of the chain, someone fucked up, and obviously Sally Riley got binned off, so the leadership structure was the problem. No one's really to fault necessarily, unless it's the people in the structure that, like, even if you're at the top, you can't be blamed, because if it was the silver person, then they, like, it, whilst it might be good for navigating a riot. This is fucking weird, this is as well. Like, this was implemented because of a riot, and I understand that during a riot, the police were like, what do you want me to do, Gov? And they were like, I don't know, I'm not the commanding officer on this scene. And they're like, you are, aren't you? And I'm not. Which one are you? And like, hang on, wait. I'm the gold one, I'm not even there. The silver one is in the van nearby telling you what to do. You're the bronze. Get it done. You know, they needed that, didn't they? So they got that system in. But it also opens up this sort of scapegoating and backbiting between different factions in a way. I'm gold. I'm completely impervious to it. I made the right strategic decisions and you didn't do them right. I'm silver and I'm trying to get those strategic decisions implemented. And I'm telling you, gold, they're hard to do. And you've given me a really tough job. And bronze aren't pulling their weight and they're not getting their thing done. So I feel like I'm caught in the middle now because I'm silver and I'm getting it from both ends. Bronze, I'm on the ground, I'm doing what I'm told. Will you just tell me what to do so I can do it? So they're not getting told off, because if they just do what they're told, they're getting it done. Like, that's bronze, yeah? So silver, I think, is the one that's copping the worst of the flack in these situations, because gold aren't going to want to be critiqued. I'm gold and I got the strategic decisions wrong, so everyone died. Well, that's bad. I'm going to blame silver because I'm going to try and make it seem like my decisions were good, but silver didn't get implementing them right. Why did that go wrong, silver? Blame bronze. Blame bronze. And silver's like, well, if I blame bronze, then all the police are bad and I'm blaming them for being bad, and I'm one of the police and I'm fucking over my own kind, so it's not going to happen. Like, in fact, I'm more likely to have to pass it up and say, well, you're blaming me. Why can't I blame you? Like, they gave me an unwinnable fight here. I couldn't do it. They didn't give me the resources or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it becomes this, like, when are we going to find out what went wrong? Because someone's in the fucking river and like we're trying to find them or stop them from drowning or catch them. People that, like, are you finished with this sort of circle jerk of pointing at each other and saying that we're all, like, it opens, like, there is, I don't know enough about this to have had a good look into it, but the command hierarchy does open up the opportunity for sort of everyone blaming each other, which seems to be what's going on here a bit, doesn't it? The deployment of family liaison officers and the person nominated as the face of the constabulary to the public and the media was the finishing of the sentence. This decision had a negative impact on many aspects of the handling of the case, including the person nominated as the face of the constabulary to the public and the media. So they don't like that person. That was Sally, wasn't it? So maybe she's not gold. Maybe she's bronze because she was nominated to go and talk to the punters. And maybe that's bronze. Oh, it's too much for me. I think if they're going to have these levels of policing on the operations, then the police should make it clear to the public which level they are. Because I don't want to talk to a bronze. I need to see silver or gold at least. I don't need to see gold. I actually don't. I don't want to see any of them. Leave them alone. I like the police. Leave them alone. Please don't have them coming around my house. I'm just sitting here smoking weed, talking on the internet. I've had enough of it with all of those fucking nutty trolls. Do you know what I mean? Just don't start me now. But it's weird, isn't it? I feel like they should have to wear the gold if they're gold and the bronze if they're bronze, and I should know who I'm talking to and who they're talking about in this report, because it seems weird that we should be able to have a report where we're going to hold people to account for things that have done or not being done, but not mention them by name or even overtly by rank, but instead through some mirage of gold, bronze leadership, and I don't know who is who. The person nominated the face of the constabulary and the media. Ultimately, the review finds the decision to release Nicola's personal information was avoidable and unnecessary. So that was bad. We all said it was bad. No. It's hoped that this report will result in learning for Lancashire Constabulary and policing more in general. Ah, well done. In future, you need to tighten up your gold, silver, bronze. Not release people's personal information, obviously. Open up that line of media with the mainstream media, but tell them they can't tell anyone. And we need to set up a social media department, because no one in the police seems to understand what's going on with that, is the overview here. Wow. That was the executive summary. So I'm trying to do the full thing. I've done 2 hours 43. 2 hours 43. Trying to do the full thing. Wow. Do you think we should go on to methodology? I wonder how big methodology is. How many pages is it? I mean, methodology can't mean that much, can it? Do-de-do-de-do-do-do. I like bullet points. Do-de-do-de-do. That's a list. That's fine. We can do methodology. We'll do methodology. We'll fit that in here. Most of it's a list. How are you feeling in chat? How are things coming along? Right. Do you need a little break on the study group? How are things going? Do you need a little break on the study group? Are you alright? Are you alright? Yeah? Doody doody doo doo doo. It's good stuff, isn't it, really, though? Like this, I find that this is a totally different layer of the cake in a way. I've said it at the start, you know, I said I think it's political and da-da-da, and been talking about it a lot. Like, to me, this end of the cake, this end of the Cornish pasty, in Cornish pasties, I don't know if you know, like everyone fucking knows, everyone knows, all right? I don't know if you know, everyone knows, in Cornish pasties, one end used to be meat and the other end used to be not potatoes, one end used to be meat and potatoes. I'm vegan, don't want to eat the meat, thanks. I love animals. And then on the other end is the like apple and nice pie, and you'd have your dinner and you'd be down the mine and you'd have your dinner and you'd eat, just not have your sandwiches and all messing about with sandwiches because you haven't got cellophane and stuff down the mine. Instead you've got, it's dirty and it's dark, so you get your Cornish pasty out and you eat the one end and that's your main bit of dinner, and then you have your pudding afterwards. Yeah, so you eat like that. I feel like I'm at a different end of the Cornish pasty. I feel like I'm more about, oh, what about this? And I've thought about that and I spotted this. And that's why I do body language analysis, because I like watching people talk and then saying things. And this is what got me into this, is that I watched Paul Ansell on the tellis. He did a little interview on the news down by the river. Oh, I wish, you know, Nicola's, we don't know where she is. And a lot of people, like, their little ears picked up a little bit. Oh, he looks a bit sus. Is that one of those where they're doing the lying? Is that one of those body language videos where you do the thing and they, you know, the red flags? And I thought it might be. And then my mum said, oh, they're doing Vanished on the telly and Paul Ansell's on it. And I was like, is he? Go on, then I'll record that and I'll edit out the interview and I'll do a body language analysis on it. And here we are. But really, if you go on Super Chuffer, it's more about like body language analysis and psychology. And when Steve's back, because Steve's back operation was serious, but he's getting back to form. So we're looking forward to doing more and spreading our wings a bit more with Thus, which is a podcast about how people think, feel and behave. But I've done a lot of Nicola Bulley stuff, but in the main, my Nicola Bulley stuff was body language analysis. Someone did an interview, I'll do a reaction to it, an analysis of it. And then I'll have my opinions and stuff as well. And then we did a few episodes, like I said, what is evidence? Police and children, that was a special one with Steve where we talked all about how the police could interact with the children or would interact with children during these sort of things. But I didn't think, and it's not that my focus of my content is true crime nor Nicola Bulley, but the Red Flags interviews, obviously, you know about them, don't you? So I feel like this sort of stuff is interesting to me. Reading through the report is important, actually quite important. There's a lot of people doing really interesting work on Twitter, raising different ideas as well. And I hope that we can glean some information somewhere, bringing it back again to Nicola, somewhere through this that might elicit some illumination on some aspect of the truth of what happened to Nicola. So I'm enjoying this, but at the moment I'm finding it a little bit more politically pointed than enlightening. Although I'm learning a bit about another aspect of this through the prism of what they're trying to tell us, or them. I mean, do you think they'd say, this is no question, right? I will finish today with the methodology. I will finish with that. But I've got another question then. This is a bit of a random question, I suppose. Is big ups Phantasmic Ether. I've got lots of stuff to be doing on this. You know, there's lots more to keep moving on with, and we're doing it, so don't worry. Yeah, everything in life is waves. cycles, processes, waves. A big random question is, do you think this sort of information could be given to the police so that they could get better but not make it public? Or do you think this was important that it's a public review? Because the public aspect of it, to me, I think is important, but politically important as well, isn't it? About publicly holding the police to account publicly by the politicians who theoretically are elected by us, so represent our voice. I should do after dinner speeches. It's a good one, that one. I'll write that down in my joke book. But yeah, theoretically they're there for our voice, aren't they? So I think publicly this should happen, but also it seems to me in a way that the strength of the gold leadership structure and all this business, it could have been put to them privately, and it seems strange in a way that this is being publicly, like, they know. One of my points about this is the people that wrote this know that they're going to be doing this publicly, and they know that it's got political overtones, and that it's not about whether we're going to find some truth or justice for Nicola here. That was written off at the start in this PDF by the Andrew Snowden's comments, in my opinion, which was that Nicola's dead and we're not going to get it back, so shut up about that. He basically said. What he said was, important learnings highlighted in the report. None of these actions would have changed the outcome of this tragic case. So none of what we're doing in this report is about changing the outcomes for Nicola. Changing the outcomes, meaning like the outcome is that she's dead, so we can't stop her being dead, yeah, but also the outcome is she's dead and it's an accidental death, not a murder or a suspicious, or any, like, the outcome was the outcome of the inquest as well, wasn't it? So we're not changing the outcome. Don't worry about that, legal justice system. Me, politician here, I'm not trying to rock your boat, legal justice system, judges, inquest, and people like that. We're not going to change the inquest outcome with our thing. You don't have to worry. What we're doing is we're looking at the police and how the police can do things a bit differently. Yeah? So, interesting and important. Public as well. My question really is, sorry Andy if you've got adverts. I told it to do the minimum adverts. I didn't turn them off, to be honest. I left them on, but I told it to do the minimum. Not everyone else should have adverts. It's just you. I told it just do you. In fact, you shouldn't even have them if you remember. Anyway, look, the thing. I mean, that would be a good idea to not have them for members. The thing is, right? If you've got things to say to the police and you want to make the police better, you can say them. Can you say them privately? Is my question. Like, can the independent external review people, the police, the College of Policing, can they write a separate quiet report? Are there things they say privately? Does it have to all be public? Because if so, some of what they want to say could be in the private report or the unofficial report or whatever, and some could be in this. And it seems that what they're saying here, they know that will be discussed publicly on the internet by people like me, etc. So it seems like they're putting this up in the air as part of one of the, throwing the cards up in the air. And it's like one of the cards that we now up in the air is the gold leadership structure and the decision making and the deployment of the family liaison officers, the public face, the information. It was unnecessary. And I just wonder how much of that needed to be said publicly, could have been said privately, and how much stuff needs to be said publicly that is being said privately. So, methodology. As I like pudding. This is our pudding. Sorry, Lisa, if you've had lots of ads. I will address that. I've got slow mode. I've got my redirects. I've got my monetization. Choose how mid-rolls. Let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you. Recommended. it's conservative, lower earnings potential, less interrupted viewer experience. So, I suppose next time I could turn them off completely, but I'm not doing that. I mean, I could. I didn't know they're going to go. I tell you what, I could. I don't think that adverts through the live stream are very beneficial. I don't mind them too much on a video because, like, you can just wait on a video, but on a live stream, it's kind of useless, isn't it? Because you don't want to be out of sync. You want to hear things live. So, yeah, I'll change it in the future. I'll consider that. Yeah. Like, the most important thing is you have the best experience, and then if you have the best experience, things will be okay. Like, so if it's annoying you and there's more than one person in chat saying it's annoying them, I'll just turn that off. Yeah, I've got it on fully. I've checked it. It's conservative, so if it gets problematic, we'll just turn them off. The independent external review, The Review, was led and chaired by ACC, now retired, Dr. Ian Raphael. Now retired? Do you mean now retired but from being an ACC, or now retired completely and you can't question them anymore? Dr. Ian Raphael. Supporting him was a team consisting of investigation, media, legal and data sharing experts. That's costly, isn't it? It's important, but it's costly. Who watches The Watchmen? Throughout the review, the team drew on subject matter experts to ensure the accuracy of the findings. All who participated were independent from Lancashire Constabulary. This is kind of like your remit as well. It's like you put on your CV, like, got out of bed, put on my clothes. Like, this is what you do. You are the police college of policing, yeah? And your job is to review these things. So if you didn't have a team that was able to investigate things, look at the media, the legal and data sharing, if you weren't able to draw on subject matter experts to ensure the accuracy of your findings, you would be impotent and useless. It's like, what? I'm glad that you've done that, because that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Do you want a gold star for that? I suppose you have to state it publicly. Sally says, did you know that police forces monitor each other for many 999 calls? One does the other. I didn't know that. I know that there's like borders between services, but like it's kind of like I know the Met is the Met, and like, different places are different places, but the police is the police, isn't it? Like, if you can't run across the border and then the police can't catch you. They'll just still chase you across the border. But I think there are concerns with, like, when they catch you, they don't. It's not like the American thing where they have to hand you over to, like, why, he's gone into Texas, he's got away from us. It's not like that. Lulu, a long time ago, I don't really deal with like rumours and stuff, it has to be like fact, but a long time ago that was a concept that was floated, yes. A while ago, actually. I think it was listed. I think, if I'm right, I might be wrong. I don't want to deal with like things I can't corroborate right in front of me and prove. But if I'm right, I think it was listed or at least valued or something like that, quite close to the time, because she was running a wedding. Basically, Lulu's asked, is Emma White selling Marsh Farm Hall? And I believe she was, because it was a wedding venue, and there was, like, from my memory, this is not facts. Don't put this in your book of facts. This is Scott seems to remember. The concept was she wasn't able to run the wedding venue because people don't want to get married there anymore, so she decided to sell it. But I can't really remember exactly. Yeah, I don't have a listing for it, and I haven't gone through it on Rightmove, so it hasn't got to that stage yet. But if it was listed and I was able to, then I would probably buy it as well, so I could go down there and have wild super chuffer parties, digging up the patio, or getting in that. Or getting that hot tub if it's clean. Maybe Paul Ansell's got a nice clean hot tub. So we know what's going on here. We know what they're doing. Yeah. The review adopted the following strategic priorities to guide its work. To conduct a timely, professional and thorough learning review of the investigation by... Sorry, hang on, wait, my brain. The review adopted the following strategic priorities to guide its work. What kind of language is this? There is like a concept called plain English. I've talked about it some other times. We're dealing here with a review that needs to be understood by many people. That's the review adopted. Okay, but before you get to that, what I want you to do is write a review, and I want you to make sure it's in plain English so that people can understand it. I don't want you to dress it up in your CV and your like clever creative marketing speak. I just want you to say things as clear as possible so people can understand them, and that's really important because the public might want to read it. And like, you know, it's all one, like if you're in the library and there's a sign that says, if you could refrain from eliciting responses when questioned and tone down any other auditory signal that may evoke consternation in others, you thought, what? It says silence. I'll keep my mouth shut. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, so I think they need to be careful here, because the review adopted the following strategic priorities to guide its work. You mean... I mean, finding it weird to know what you mean. What we did was... Okay, let me read it first and see what they mean. To conduct a timely, professional and thorough learning review of the investigation by Lancashire Constabulary of the high-risk missing person Nicola Bulley, in line with the terms of reference set. Okay, this is your... Oh... In a way, this is how the world works, I suppose, isn't it? So what this is you remember at school when you had to do your assignment, right? Big up's Phantasmic Ether. They have the work meetings in the hot tubs. I don't know. I hope they bleach them first in case there's been any dead bodies in them. Listen, the what's being said here is this is your assignment, and these are how you win the points on your assignment. This is your parameters of what you've got to do. In what, like these, and you're allowed to do your own assignment parameters, I suppose. No, who's adopting the strategic priorities? Are they adopting their own, or are this part of? Like, Snowden's got his sticky fingers on this, in my feelings. Like, strategic priorities have been adopted. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to do it in time, in a timely, professional manner. Yeah. Obviously. You're going to conduct a review in a sensitive... you're doing a timely professional review into the investigation by Lancashire Constabulary of the high-risk missing person, Nicola Bulley, in line with the terms of reference set by the Lancashire Police and Crime Commissioner, PCC. You're doing what Snowden's asking you to do. You're not doing a fucking... Listen, you. If you thought you're doing this report on whether Nicola Bulley really went in the river or whether the Fitbit was a good evidence, you're not doing a report on that. What I want you to do a report on, in line with the terms of reference set by me, the PCC, right? What I want you to do in terms of the things set by me is focus on, be quick about it and focus on the investigation into the high risk thing. In my terms, focus on in the way I want to conduct the review in a sensitive way. This is going top of the list, obviously, because the public are going to read this. Do it in a sensitive way, particularly with regard to the family of Nicola Bulley. I'm such a good person. Did you see that I've mentioned the family in there? Do you remember when they talk about the NHS as a political football? I imagine this family is like a political, like, soft toy that you can grab and hold. It's like a political shield or soft toy that you can grab and hold. I'm protecting the family. I care about poor family. If you don't hurt don't say bad things. The family would hear them. You. What about the truth behind the? I don't care for the family. What about the autopsy? Autopsy? Ooh. You know what I mean? Like the family. Yeah, be respectful of the family, of course. I am respectful of the family. The greatest respect I could show them is not giving up until I'm satisfied that I have the truth with what happened to the death of their daughter, because if it was a murder, then the greatest respect I could show them would be to like do my part in helping people to uncover truth. And if not, then finding and being thorough with the investigation into what happened to her is still no bad thing, is it? Because if not, then like I'm being ultimately respectful in making sure that every sort of no stone was unturned in the investigation into finding out what happened to her, including critiquing the critique, watching the Watchmen that watch the Watchmen. I think. And if they don't like it, they don't have to watch at all. So the family are not being hurt by anything I say unless they engage with it themselves. And if you're watching something on the telly and you don't like it and you turn it off, then that's about as far as this goes. So that's fine. But here, I do agree they have to be sensitive to the family. I wonder if that's not taken as read by human beings. To ensure that findings of the review are evidence-based and quality assured by experts or advisors commissioned by the review team. Good. I agree with that one. That's the best one for me. Evidence-based. To conduct the review in an ethical and transparent way that appropriately recognises the needs of those involved directly or indirectly in the investigation. I liked ethical and transparent. I don't know about appropriately recognises the needs of those involved. The needs. What you mean is, don't throw people under the bus if they're doing their best. Or they didn't. I find the needs of those involved to be a strange word. To manage all communication. Maybe I've got that wrong, what I said there. You know, again, if I'm having to question what you actually mean and I'm just a normal person, then what do you actually mean? Because I'm a normal person. And also, Sylvia, yeah, good point, family, right? Mind control. Like, there's so many personal politics within a family, but like families are, like Paul wasn't married to Nicola. So legally, he's not a member of her family. Her children are a member of her family. She's a member of her own family that, like, you know, she's a part of, isn't she, with her parents and her sister. But legally, I think Paul is not. I don't know how it works necessarily. If you live in the same house, you become or if you have children with someone, you become their family because you're the father of their children. Maybe that works to count you as family. But I don't know about legally and stuff. So a lot of the time with these reports, they've been very careful to use the right legal language, and family just gets thrown in here and there. And every time it does, it's about we can't say this or we can't show you that. Publicly, we can't, like, you can't know. We want to make sure we control the social media narrative, but we can't tell you the truth because of the family. Is basically what I'm reading from that, yeah? Like a lot of the time when it comes up. This is all about controlling social media narrative. Well, why can't we just tell you the truth then? Why can't you, instead of controlling the narrative, why don't you just show me the evidence? Oh, the family. The family. So, and I agree, there are some things that shouldn't go, you know, I don't want to see pictures of Nicola's autopsy on the front page of the newspaper, but then they wouldn't put them on the front page of the newspaper, and maybe some YouTuber would sell them. Like, do you remember there was that Zav girl sold pictures of an autopsy? You know, that was pretty horrific, but she got them through public means and they're available, and like the pictures of the autopsy existing weren't the horrific thing. It was the selling of the pictures of the autopsy was the bad thing. It was the monetization of the information. It was the monetization of the truth was the bad thing there, yeah? Agreed? The autopsy pictures of a crime existing and being available to people who want to investigate the crime, public people even, I don't know if that's the worst thing in the world, to be honest. I think it's difficult because people's feelings and truths and, you know, who wants to see them, but there have been certain cases. I think they need to be really sensitively handled, but there are certain cases where, like, sensitive evidence is part of the public investigation, or part of the evidence that becomes public. I don't know how quite to say this. Like, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe you shouldn't be able to access autopsy information. Maybe photographs. No, not at not a full Maybe the public shouldn't have access to full autopsy photographs. Maybe I'm, maybe wrong. But certain aspects of it, like the report for its own sake, I think should or could be public. Like, yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't have gone too deep on that. You'll tell me in comments, I'm sure, if you think autopsy reports or photographs are, and there's probably a law, and I probably don't know it, but my point is the monetization of said things would be horrific, wouldn't it? The monetization of the truth goes on, of course, because I guess I'm monetizing my truth because I'm accepting monetization. So I guess my truth is monetized, and Netflix do monetize their truths. I suppose monetization is the truth, but yeah, okay, so what I'm talking about is the family, the truth, and whether it's more important to concern yourself with the feelings of, like, the other problem is you don't know where the lines are drawn with the feelings of the family. There is a sort of social etiquette, isn't there? There's just like a social etiquette of where the lines are drawn. This is too far, that's too, but the family are many different people. I would much rather it was Paul separate from her parents and the children. Like, I think that to me, and okay, her parents, her sister, and the children, I think they're like separate things. The children, the parents and the sister, and Paul, and I think together they make up the family. Which I don't know. I don't like the fact that Paul's a factor in that whole, like, that's the, but I guess together that is it, isn't it? That's the family. And so I think sometimes it's okay to refer to the family, but sometimes it's more important to refer to whoever you specifically mean. And so I'm much more sensitive to the needs of the children than I am to Paul Ansell in this matter of revealing any truth possible to make sure that we have the truth. Because Paul himself wanted to know what happened to Nicola, didn't he? To this day, the results of the inquest are flimsy, and the admissions of the inquest raise further questions. The review adopted strategic policies. So the review adopted this strategic policy, and the strategic policy was to manage all communications around the review in line with the approach agreed in terms of reference. So he's written them a terms of reference, and you've got to do it his way. Again, the review included assessment of a significant volume of documentary evidence, interviews with relevant officers and staff from Lancashire Constabulary, and input from external subject matter experts. Wow. That's a treasure trove, isn't it? Makes you wonder, doesn't it, how much documentary evidence is gathered in cases that we never see. There's an absolute treasure trove that you're never going to see because legally, it's just evidence and you don't get to see it. And it makes me wonder how much of that could ever be sold to Netflix at a later date if Edward Snowden and his friends wanted to make some money. I don't know how it works. It's interesting. I think they must have to keep it private, the College of Police. Desk research was conducted. What's desk research? You mean on the computer? Desk research was conducted, including collation and review of more than 350 documents, emails and phone records supplied by Lancashire Constabulary. So it doesn't seem like it's been a very thorough investigation, really, if your desk research conducted included more than 350 documents, added them all up. Because 350 documents? It's not a lot of documents. It's a lot, but it's not a lot for a full investigation of all this stuff. Emails, phone records, Lancashire Constabulary, along with other relevant material, including College of Policing authorised professional practice guidance documents. So that fills out your documents numbers, doesn't it? The College of Policing authorised professional practice we don't seem to have many documents that we can put on our CV for the number to go up. So we're going to include our own professional practice guidance documents, which we read through theoretically before we did it. So that helps to make the number go up. Put an and in where there's... Put an and and a the. Is there anywhere I can add an and a the on my essay to make the numbers go up? Policing authorised professional practice guidance documents. The documents supplied by Lancashire Constabulary included the investigation and communication strategies, policy logs from the key personnel, gold group meeting minutes, and chief officer team minutes and emails. Is that included in the 350? Because the thing, again, like, maybe there should have been a few more of those. But yeah, interesting. Don't think we'll ever get to see them. Hundreds of press cuttings. Interesting they keep them. The press cuttings, I mean. And I don't know, do they mean that? Do they mean, like, press cuttings? Or do they mean URLs? Or do they... Like, because we noticed that some press was there at the time, might have changed over time. You've got the Wayback Machine on the internet. However, it might be what the police do is say, this is an interesting story about Nicola Bulley. Screenshot it, put it in a folder. And that's what somebody's been doing in the team that answers 2.5 calls a day. Is responsible for going through all the 600 press things and screenshotting them and putting them in the thing. There was over 650 press. There were loads of press, but they only needed hundreds of cuttings. So that's interesting to me as well. That's really interesting to me as well, actually. Like, Lancashire Constabulary supplied these documents to them, yeah? Strategies, you'd think you'd have them. Policy logs from the key personnel, well, you'd think you'd have them. Gold group meeting minutes, they're good, you've got those, yeah? Chief officer team minutes and emails. They had them when they sacked that. When they sacked it, didn't they? They had those off of then. But also hundreds of press cuttings. Someone in the police is busy cutting all the press cuttings and then they handed them over. Broadcast articles, so videos, and social media posts were also reviewed. So social media posts makes it sound like things people wrote on Facebook, but I guess we count as a social media post, or am I a broadcast article? I'm probably not a broadcast article. That would be the proper news, wouldn't it? Like, you know, broadcasters, although we say we're broadcasting, like, I'm on YouTube, like, you know what I mean? Mind you, Joe Rogan's on Spotify, so it's not that much of a jump, is it, these days? But you know what I mean, like, we're not the broadcast media, we're just people talking on social media, so I guess I'm social media posts, but I don't know if they review what we say, or what I say specifically, but they make it seem like they review certain stuff from there, and that somebody's busy collecting press cuttings and broadcast articles. So it's really interesting that they're collecting that as the police, as part of the investigation, and that they hand that then over to the College of Policing, and the College of Policing are specifically critiquing them on their management of the press. But they're collecting all the evidence to sink themselves. That's right, isn't it? The police handed over all this stuff. I mean, did they hand over stuff that made them look bad? Because the report's saying they look bad on this. But the methodology is to look through this, and that's where they got it from. Fair enough. Face-to-face or remote interviews were conducted with more than 70 people involved in the investigation, including, but not limited to... including, but not limited to... Interesting in chat, I'll give you a quick one on that Eddie's theory, a quick one, maybe. I haven't reviewed the body language video I did of Penny in the caravan, but I watched the original video that was dropped by Curtis, the bit that was edited out later. I watched that. I watched it all at the time. I did a body language review on it, and you know, I'm still a bit about whether that's really it. But we could do, like, you know, depending on how things go, we could do a bit of an analysis. We did do an analysis of different options back in the daylight. We went through it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this. So it would have been covered then. But I'm prepared to go back to that in the, you know, in the post-inquest era, I suppose. Let's have a look at this list. Face-to-face or remote interviews were conducted with more than 70 people involved in the investigation. Bear in mind as well, I'm not pinning my flag to any mast there. I have feelings and respond to the body language that I see presented to me in the testimony of the people that are involved, the actual players in the piece. So to speak, for all those PSYOP people, that was just a verbal metaphor, trying to colour my language. So it doesn't mean that I think everyone's an actor. But I'm still yet to completely feel satisfied with any one narrative feeling like the full truth. But I know I've said before, I'm like a pie chart, or more accurately, like a Trivial Pursuit thing with the different cheeses. Do you call them cheeses, or what do you call them? But I'm more like that, and I've got 3, 2 and a 1 maybe with what I think, and then sometimes I can move 1 to become a 2 and a 3, 3 and a 2, but I'm between 2 or 3 different ideas, not sold, right, that's it, it's definitely this, and never have been, that's it, it's definitely this, even though some people will try and paint me into a corner and say, you definitely said Paul done a murder. I done a murder, yeah, I done a fucking crowdfund because it's fucking, but listen, I never ever said I definitely think 100% this. It's always based on the testimony in front of me, and well, I think they sound like they're saying this, so I'm going to say they said this. And I am, like the weather, subject to change, and also it's quite fair to take that changeable position, I guess, because there is more evidence that keeps coming out and things keep changing, so you need to be careful. And yeah, like with everyone, like things are coming up in chat now about something slightly different, but again, with all that, I'd just encourage everyone to just be a little bit careful. Like, I know people on the internet a bit because I see their videos and I like the way they talk and stuff like that, and then other times I think I don't really know them, and that's the same with me and everyone else, I suppose. I encourage you to make your own opinions, I guess. It's about trust, isn't it? I feel like a lot of people on the social media side of things.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Jasminka Jaganjak sent tippies. Good work. Super Chuffer owes 15 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, that's loads. Thank you, I really appreciate it. It set the dogs off. I think it's really difficult to know who to trust sometimes, and I think trust is really important. I also think that trust is given. Like, we talked about it the other day on a stream, and we've got a Discord and stuff if people like being in there. Like, you have to give people trust, even online sometimes, trust until they let you down. I mean, you have to be guarded online, don't you? I'm not going to trust people to have my bank details, but you know what I mean? I trust people to be good people until they let me down. But if I didn't, then I wouldn't be able to have anyone as friends or close to me because I wouldn't trust anyone. And part of being friends with people is giving them trust. So I know my close friends from a long time. I can trust them with my life. Do you know what I mean? I would do if there were serious problems or situations, and I needed someone to trust. I'd go to the people I could trust the most, my friends, my family. But with social media, and especially people talking on social media, bettering themselves through their pursuit on social media, whether it be like bettering their own self-interests, whether it be at the high end or, at the smaller end. Like, I'm obviously trying to build something sustainable. Like, the financial thing is good for me here. Like, thank you very much for the tippies. I'm really grateful. Like, that's something that's part of it. But building something more solid and sustainable is like, I'm not here to try and milk my audience. I'm here to try and build something sustainable as part of a media thing, I guess. But it's not about me anyway. This irrelevant. What I'm trying to say is that knowing who to trust, and I'm finding it a difficult thing to say because I understand that I'm in this situation where I'm saying basically, trust me. Well, don't necessarily trust me. Trust your own instincts and trust what you think. This is what I think anyway. But knowing who to trust on social media and other media is difficult. This is what this is all about, really, isn't it? Narrative controlled social media and stuff. And it is really interesting to me that since this report, social media has been used by someone who sits adjacent to the police, who's involved in this report, not in writing it, but mentioned by name and, you know, part of it, that's been basically working closely with the police to do what they tell them in lots of other ways. And that, obviously, I'm talking about Peter Folding, you know, and the interview on social media. So there's a lot of trust issues that are being thrown up by this report and by other people's behaviour on social media. And yeah, all of a sudden I went a bit serious about it, didn't I? A bit serious, but trust is a big thing. And I suppose that's because we were talking about, you were referring to Eddie as well, who like, this is not okay. What I don't want to do is, I don't want to make Super Chuffer a place where we talk about other channels and, you know, these are the ones that I judge to be good and these are the ones that I judge to be bad, and I've got a problem with this one and then I should think about that one. There's certain, like, I can't avoid mentioning Break the Ice and talking about the interview because it's the next step to this story here now, yeah. But with other people like Eddie and stuff like that, I've been quite supportive of other channels in the past, and quite often it's come back to bite me in some way, like, honestly. So I'm much happier shouting out people like Snood and Detractor Beam and That Being Said and Steve of the Dead and people that I trust than like people I don't know anymore. And like, I don't want that to make this the conversation on this channel, so I'm not going to. But over on other places like Battery Exhausted or my Twitch stream, I'll chat till the cows come home about stuff like that. But in here on Super Chuffer, I hope that when people come to these episodes in the future as well, like, they can just click on one and watch it, and it's not like me bickering about some other YouTuber and some nonsense, yeah. Like, this is about the truth of what happened to Nicola Bulley today, and these other episodes are. Well, today it turns out the report is more about the truth of how we can control the media narrative through social media, but it's that's what this is about. And so my critique, judgments, things like that of other channels are basically irrelevant. And if you want to hear them, I'll do them on my other B-side channels, because I don't think I want to make this into a, like, the Nicola Bulley investigation for me is not a source of drama content and never will be. Although other channels that I do, like the Battery Exhausted, lol cows, internet people, nutters, you know, we can talk about that sort of stuff there, and it kind of can be a bit, it will be for some, and it is for some, like, you know, to have that drama and judgments and friends with some and not friends with others and this and that, and said a little thing and did you hear what so-and-so said about you on this one and that, and I can't be arsed with it now. Like, I literally can't be arsed with it. So if it comes up on the other channels, we'll talk about it there. But yeah, and I know who I'm, like I said, at Steve of the Dead, at Detractor Beam, you know, I know who I'm trustworthy friends with, and some of those people aren't anything to do with this stuff, but like, so what? Like, the internet's a big place. Big ups That Being Said podcast. Yeah, if I didn't mention it, Steve is recovering from a serious back operation and is recovering well, so, you know, we're looking forward to getting him back on the scene soon. But we're not rushing that, and no one's stressed about it. It's just all good. No, he's got to learn to walk again, basically. So he's got a bigger task than worrying about any old nonsense on the internet at the moment. But I think he's getting back to worrying about nonsense on the internet quite soon. So let's have a look at this list of face-to-face or remote interviews that were conducted with more than 70 people involved in the investigation, including the Chief Constable. Well, good. Can't believe I'm going to have to go through this stupid list, but it's going to be all the people that should be on the list, yeah? And then it's up to me to try and think, hang on, was there anyone not on the list? But it doesn't matter if I can think if there's someone not on the list, because you said 70 people and you're not doing a full list. So this is the best people that you could put on the list, and everyone else that's shit, like the cleaning lady or the woman that brought, I don't know why they're women. Why am I being sexist? The cleaning man. The man that brought in the tea. What am I doing? It's 2023. Fucking patriarchy got in my brain. So listen, the cleaning person, or the person that comes in with the tea. All right, thank you very much for the tea. Can I ask you a quick question? about the Nicola Bulley case. Well, I don't know anything about it. I just brought you a cup of tea. Yeah, but if I ask you a quick question about the Nicola Bulley case, well, I don't know anything about it. I've just brought the cup of tea. Well, that counts as 2 questions. That's now an interview. I'm putting you on the list 70. I'm looking for 71. Yeah, so not everyone's going to be great on the list, is it? But face-to-face remote interviews were conducted with more than 70 people, because that's quite a big list, 70 people. I mean, how many people were involved in the... Big ups, Andy. Are you all right? What about you? You're special. Michael Fish, thank you. And Michael Fish saying P.S. Higgs not on the list. Not on the full 70 list, or not on the list that's disclosed here, because I don't know if I ever get to see the full 70 list. Or do we? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the appendix. Might have to have my appendix out by the time I've finished reading all this. Not that it's got anything to do with it. It's just this is quite tough for me. We're on page 9... Or, sorry, we're on page 11 of 143. But there'll be sections that won't, not every page will be fully, but there's quite a lot to go through. So I've got to get back to working on Super Chuffer and going through this, because I need to read it, I need to understand it, and I might as well do it to help everyone else, because I'm sure there's people like me who are finding it difficult to read some of this confusing language and just want to know what's going on. Right, the Chief Constable, good. The Deputy Chief Constable, also good. Members of the Gold Group, not all the members of the Gold Group then, just some members of the Gold Group, not good. The PIP-4, the Strategic Investigations Advisor, qualified to level 4 of the Professional Investigations Programme. A Strat Advisor, qualified to level 4. Is that a police person? Is that who you're saying is P.S. Higgs? Is that a police person? The PIP-4, or do I get that completely different? I've got to investigate the PIP-4 in a minute, haven't I, after I finish? The PIP-4, and I wonder what level of the Strategic Investigations Advisor is. They must be gold level. They can't be silver, can they? Silver's telling people what to do. Gold is deciding what to do. So PIP-4's got to be strategic gold, hasn't it? Gold is strategic, silver's tactical. Yeah, they've got to be gold. They must be gold. Gold! Always believe in your soul. You got the power to know. You're indestructible. Always believe it. The Senior Investigating Officer, or the SIO, they all love these abbreviations. The Investigating Officer, so these people are silvers. Senior Investigating Officer might be silver. I don't know. Are these people silvers, or are these people now bronzes because they're operational? One of them will be like telling people what to do, and one of them will be actually going and doing it. So, police search advisors. Is the removed image of Nicola Bulley on the list Emma's white ring hand? On this list, I don't know. I don't think so. These are the people that they talk to in investigations. They spoke to people face to face or remote. So it's not guaranteed. Listen, it's not that important that they sit down with you face to face and do the interview. These days, you can use the internet and you can talk remotely. But remote interviews opens up the possibility they just talk to them on the phone. So that's a little bit less than I trust it. You're going to ask the questions, you're going to get the answers. I trust it, but you lose a little bit of human interaction. You lose a little bit of je ne sais quoi, okay? And maybe you're not doing like a full cracker investigation on this, just asking the questions and getting the answers. But the remote interviews thing, the only other possibility it opens up... Sorry.
Susie Jew sent tippies. Big ups, Scott Mimps. Thanks for letting me run your stream yesterday, LOL. Here's what I owe you, XX.
Thank you very much.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
It's always appreciated. Thank you. I really appreciated it. Nice, generous tippies. Thank you. It opens up the possibility you're not actually speaking to the person on the phone. So, remote interviews... Hello, is this the investigating officer? It certainly is. How do I confirm that? We're the police, so we're not going to lie. So I'm not saying that it is corrupted in that way, but it opens up the chance it could be. The remote interviews are probably not the choice. Oh, they're not the first choice. Face-to-face, when you're doing something like this, and when you're doing serious interviews for an investigation. But then again, you're not a judicial... Like, you're the College of Policing, aren't you? You're not like the... It's not like when you got... Donald Trump got indicted and had to do a... Whatever, like, you know... You're not the FBI or whoever. You can't just, like, call people in and, like, right, come to do your interview, you. So, it makes me wonder how many, like, face-to-face and how many remote interviews are conducted and how important the difference is, and how much the 70 interviews that were 70 people involved in the investigation. Like, 70 people involved in the investigation is a lot of people involved in the investigation, which is good, but not knowing who they all are and how thoroughly the interview was conducted is a bit of an interesting, like, grey area they're leaving open. But yeah, members of the goal group, the PIP4, the SIO, the investigating officer, police search advisors, family liaison officers. That would be a small and select, quite specific group, wouldn't it? Don't you think? The family liaison officers, because, like, how many of them are going to literally be there? Like, you'd probably have 3 or 4 maybe, but because shift work and stuff like that, I don't know how many are going to be designated as that group. So that, at least you'd think you've probably spoken to most of them. The private diving expert who participated in the search for Nicola. So Peter Folding has done either a remote interview or a face-to-face interview with this College of Policing. So he's aware in advance, before this comes out, of what he said to them and the nature of their questioning. So that, you know, that's a fact in some way, or at least, yeah. Well, that makes sense what I've said, isn't it? The head of the media engagement M&E team. So not everyone on the team, but just the head. Or it includes the head, but it could include the rest of them. Press office members, the head of legal services, the data protection officer. So I think what they tried to do here is they've tried to make a list of the sort of people you have to make sure you speak to in this, because they want to make sure that everyone understands they spoke to everyone you needed to speak to. Yeah. Big ups, Colette. Yeah, I'm vegan. Might fall off the wagon occasionally for a bit of cheese on a bun or something, but, you know, if you find out your crisps have got beef powder on, you might just, oh, damn it, and just finish the bag of crisps. But, no, I'm not going to be eating any, no, dead animals in a hurry, no. Yeah. That's why I got so eggy and passionate about the participation in the removal of protesters from the Huntington Life Sciences site by the private diving expert who participated in the search for Nicola. So that's the list of people they spoke to. They're very careful as well here, which is very interesting to me, is that a lot of these people are just people that are in the pocket of the police, yeah? A lot of them are just the police. We did our report, we looked at all the police people that were involved, we talked to them. And then there's a few people who are not quite the police. But I think, are these the police? Data protection officer, head of legal services, press office members. Maybe head of legal services and press office members, you're not necessarily the police. Press office members, is that the press, like, you know, or is that the police press office? But other than that, like, Peter Folding stands out as one of the only people. They even list him as the private diving expert. Like, maybe there were more than one private diving expert on the scene, because Peter runs a company that has a team of people that do this sort of thing. Not just this sort of thing, but also the removal of protesters. But the private diving expert could be a specific diving expert that's not Peter, but it feels like it would be. And it feels like they list it as like a private diving expert is, they make sure to, like, we're talking about a document, aren't we, that's like got this this political spin on it. So private diving expert is important because it's not a public servant. It's somebody who has their own commercial interests. Colette, would I eat wafer thin ham for £35? Not for £35, no. Well, it depends. Like, if we were in a restaurant, right, and I'd ordered a meal and I thought it was vegan and it wasn't vegan, it had a piece of wafer thin ham in it, and I could either send it back and spoil everything, and it was my fault, I'd made a mistake and it was my fault, then I might just eat it and just think, fuck, I've eaten a piece of ham, but you know, I made a mistake there. It's not the end of the world. The end of the world would be like just me abandoning all that and just being a non-vegan. Like, I think my spending power has more power than my mistakes to eat a piece of ham. But and I think it's less important whether I eat a piece of wafer thin ham or not in terms of the general bigger principles. But I don't eat wafer thin ham. In fact, I find it quite disgusting and slimy, and like it makes my skin crawl a little bit. Like, I find it, I just, yeah, don't really, it's a piece of flesh that's been processed into a slime slice, so I'm not really into that. Feels a bit weird. Good question. My point here is that they are highlighting that PETA is a private entity and the others aren't highlighted as private entities. They are, I want to say, in the pocket of the police, but I don't mean that in the same way. What I mean is that they are, well, yeah, like, you know, they are police officers. They're, when you're a public servant, like, think of it this way, right? If Nicola goes in, like, if they have another Nicola Bulley next week, someone's in the water and they need pulling out, rescuing, like, then the police are not happy with that. They've got to do all this extra work. But if they have to draft in a private diving company, Peter did this for free, bear in mind. He did his work for free. But in other times, he doesn't do the work for free. He gets paid for it. So if you're doing the work of pulling people out of the river and you're getting paid for it, it might be beneficial to you to have people falling in the river, but not for the police. Like the fire engine people, the fire service, do not want your house to burn down. They're going to give you a smoke alarm so to stop it burning down in case it ever starts going on fire. They don't want to come out and put your fire out. That's not their aim. Their aim is to prevent fires. But if you do go on fire, they'll come out and put the fire out, yeah? Whereas if you had a private fire service where they got paid for every fire they put out, then they might be interested in starting some fires because they can go and put them out for money. So there's a problem with private enterprise running public services. Same with ambulances. You know, imagine the ambulance got paid by a number of sick people they brought into hospital on a commission. Well, no, they'd be faster. They'd be faster. They'd do better. It'd be a private service. They'd do better, faster, get what you pay for. Yeah, but also they might hit someone on the side of the road on this close to the hospital and dump them in the back and bring them in. That was a quick one. That was a quick one. Easy money, that one. Like, you know, you've got to be careful about putting public services in the hands of private companies, especially when like there's such important things like policing and health and stuff like that. Anyway, the point here is that he's being raised out as a private diving private, not a public servant, a private diving expert who participated in the search, and that raises those questions like I just said. But also the way back, well, Colette, of course I would eat a slice of wafer thin ham off Kylie Minogue's chest if she requested. Of course I would, but not if it would denigrate me in Kylie's judgment of me to the point where she wouldn't marry me. Then no, then I'd have to be careful to stick to my guns. The private diving expert who participated in this stunt, listen, what they also have done here is they've separated Peter as a private person, but Peter's entire business is to do the work of the police where the police don't want to step in and do the work for maybe legal reasons. Or, yeah, probably legal reasons, health and safety, legal, difficulty. There is the search aspect, you know, pulling someone down off a thing with a rope or searching a river, but there are other aspects of it. I mean, maybe I should just get the website up and just point it out. What are they? Specialist Group International. I'm not having a pop here. I'm just saying, you know, talking through the Nicola Bulley case, and they're bringing this up, and Peter's done his response and stuff like this. So this is the story. You know, this is the story. So if you go to Peter's website, they do specialist rescue, underwater search, protester removal, and forensic search. So there's 4 arms of the business, and it is a business. Like, they're not doing it for free. I assume it's like, is it a charity? They've got accounts at company's house, and you know, people get paid. So I think it's a business, and protester removal as one of these arms of the business. They've been doing it since the 1990s. Swampy, you've heard of Swampy, who was up in the trees and stuff like that? Peter removed him. And there's a big list of all the different things they've been removing protesters from. So it's been extensive. And it includes Huntington Life Sciences Camp, which makes my stomach turn. So I think when the police are called to a protest, and then Peter comes with his company, Specialist Group International, and removes them, or maybe it was under a different... It's on their website here. Look, I'm not making this up, am I? Look, it's on their website. So it's almost like they're doing the work of the police by the... Like, you know, the police don't want to get their hands into the removing of the people, or maybe they don't want to go down the tunnels or whatever the thing is. But Peter will come and do that and get rid of them. So, like, he's doing, like, the work for the police, isn't it? So, yes, he's a private person, private diving expert, they're careful to say, but also he's working for free on this one, but in general works with the police day in, day out, and is very familiar with them and their practice. Like, he would agree with that, no? Like, he would totally agree with that. Like, he's private, but he's, like, adjacent to or subcontracted by, not directly the police maybe, or Her Majesty the Crown or something, but, like, working adjacent to and with the police in their own interest to secure the same goals. Agreed? Agreed. Yeah. So it's a bit rich saying the private diving expert, Peter's completely, you know, nothing to do with us. Colette, I can't answer those questions here. Save those for Battery Exhausted. I mean, we'd have to line them all up in order of who could tolerate the most. I don't know. Not Brittany though. She's let off the hook. Like, she can do whatever she wants. They can all do whatever they want. Whichever one will marry me the most, probably. Yeah. So we've got all those people. We've talked to all of them. National and local broadcast and print media who are involved in the story were also interviewed. That's really interesting. Print media specifically. So the newspapers, the newspapers is not a great big vast group of people in terms of print media. It's a smaller group of people who turn up on the day and gather the information and pass it on to other people who write and copy, or write themselves articles, and then copyright and editors get them syndicated, don't they? Like, it's not like there's like a 20 people from the print media, or to maybe each newspaper has their own reporter, crime sort of desk reporter. So maybe there are quite a number of people actually in the print media. Maybe I'm wrong on that. There's a finite number. Let's say that. Let's say there's a finite number of local broadcast and national print media. Because a lot of the national print media, like let's say the Daily Mail, they will also syndicate with local news broadcasters. So your local person will do a news report and they'll pick it up for the Daily Mail, so they don't have to go down there and get all the information. They take their story from the local and then syndicate it up. But if they want a bigger story and more stuff, they send their person down, don't they? So yeah, maybe there's a few people there. The parents, sister and partner of Nicola were given the opportunity to participate in the review, but declined for personal reasons. Wow. I mean, you could reason it's just too distressing, but this is also their opportunity to participate in the review of the police. So they either think the police have done a really good job and don't want to review them because they don't want to be picking at them because they think they've done a really good job, or maybe they're scared to pick at the police because you're going to publicly pick at the police, and if you're the College of Police, you can go away and be the College of Police and you're fine. But if you're Nicola's sister, then you could get arrested for a broken tail light and end up in the, you know, the river or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You could be scared. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they would do that. That's the mafia, not the police. But like, you might be more scared as a citizen to publicly critique the police in a document that's going to end up on the internet and be perused and talked about and stuff like that. So personal reasons could cover all different reasons, but they've got lots of different personal reasons that would be quite adequate. I am surprised nobody wanted to in any facet, but yeah, okay. The review has continued to offer updates and engagement with Nicola's family as it progressed. So they were filled in on what they were finding out. I mean, maybe they were a bit appalled like I was that the process was going to be focused on the media and the media response rather than the truth of what happened to Nicola and how they did or didn't do a good job. They've already outlined there was a inquest. They're going to say the inquest was correct. And the police have done a really good job looking for her, and they've done a really good job on the ground. And, you know, the individual police people that were doing those jobs were all doing a really good job. But somewhere along the lines, there was a breakdown in communication, and then the media got hold of it, and it all went out of control. And that's where the problem is. So they're not really, you know, Nicola's family don't have much input into that process as such. They did an interview that with the media they did, so they could talk about that. But other than that, they weren't really part of all those problems. So, and then their desire to have Nicola found, like, they could say, well, she has been found now and there has been an end to it. So their desire then for any further revelation or pursuit of truth, their acceptance of the mainstream narrative or the inquest narrative, you know, that's up to them as well, I suppose, isn't it? But yeah, personal reasons, and they're not engaging with it. But they were given updates along the way. Face-to-face or remote interviews were also conducted with or written submissions. Wait, you didn't say this. We've got this as well now. Written submissions now on the list. So we don't know how many of these people are written submissions, but fair enough, I suppose. You can count your emails. The National Police Chief's lead for missing persons. The National Police Chiefs Council lead for missing persons. The NPCC, and they're listed a lot here, look. The NPCC lead for media. The NPCC lead for family liaison. The NPCC lead for strategic underwater search. So what we're doing here is we've looked at what the Lancashire Police have been doing. This is the investigation now. Now I am the College of Police. We looked at the investigation and what they've been doing, the Lancashire Police. We've looked at them. But now we want to know, what should you do and what's everyone else doing nationally? This is like for counterbalance, isn't it? This is to, because they didn't have anything to do with the Nicola Bulley search necessarily, but this is so that they can understand context of what they're learning from Lancashire. The NPCC lead for strategic underwater search. The Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, which, how do I say that? Laboratory. Oh God, I've found a word that I don't know how to pronounce. And it's a normal word that normal people say. Big ups, Michael. Why did Paul Louise film the girls when the helicopter was circling on the first day when they took the girls out of school? I didn't see that myself personally, and I'd have to, you know, revisit that to see if that was the case. But if it were the case, I would say that Paul Ansell slash Louise slash Emma were quite concerned with creating images for the GoFundMe at that time, early doors, because they set up the GoFundMe very early and it contained a photoshopped image of Paul Ansell in his house, of him leaning forward in his house, hands on knees, and then photoshopped into that image was Nicola and the children. So somebody was busy making photoshopped images on a computer at that time, and I think if they're busy making photoshopped images to create an appeal for their GoFundMe, then they might also be interested in getting that like emotional moment on film, because emotions elicit response. It could be that they were desperate to find Nicola and they thought that if they had photographs of the children crying, their appeal to find Nicola might gathered steam as well. You know, I'm citing the GoFundMe because that was the source of their initial, like you're saying, day one. You know, that was the first like constructed media from their side was put onto the GoFundMe. So that's why I'm saying day one. But it could also simply be the campaign to, you know, to find Nicola, and the idea that an emotional response with children crying might increase the reach of the campaign, because it kind of would. Do you know what I mean? It's like marketing thinking, maybe, rather than think. I mean, it's terrible, isn't it? Because like if the girls are crying and the helicopter's circling, like you probably don't want to be filming them. You probably want to be removing them from the situation and dealing with their psychological trauma. I get it. Yeah, if that actually happened, because I haven't seen it, so I've got to be careful with saying things that I haven't completely seen. But I heard about it, I think, and you're reminding me of it. It's been a little while now, so I'll have to revisit it. But this thing, but the Photoshop image and the GoFundMe, that was 100%. That's not just me saying that. That's like just out there, like, you know, it's just out there all over the show, isn't it? It's just 100%. That is. It's so out there, and so many people know it, that I haven't bothered to do it as an episode. Or it's one of those little facts, like one of those little things like this, that like this is so big to me, I feel like it deserves its own episode, but I can't talk about it for an hour. I just have to show it every now and then and say, look, turns out the CCTV was 100% fake, to the point where it's got a fake cut off bit off the bottom because this thing fits on the frame here, so where's the bottom of it? And therefore, if the bottom's not there, where's the timestamp? And if you're putting on a fake timestamp, what are you doing? Everything else goes in the bin. Thank you. Yeah, I had a struggle trying to prove the CCTV was fake in lots of different ways, but like that just ends it. So, but not a full episode, yeah. But I keep throwing it in every now and then. That early in the case, I don't remember exactly when the GoFundMe went up. Like, I haven't got my timeline sorted on that exactly in my head, but I do remember that the GoFundMe was very early and it got removed. It was like the first week, wasn't it, the GoFundMe? It got taken down. The amount of money they requested came down, and then eventually they sort of took it down. I don't know if it went back up. Probably went back up, didn't it, in some way? You could send it to me. Yeah, don't worry, I'll trust you. Like, and maybe we'll look at it in some time. But yeah, like, you know, we all need to be careful about what we like. You should probably, if people want to look into it and find those things, they should be out there on the internet somewhere, so people should find them. But because they know, like, I am careful of this. Like, people tweet me things like, I've seen Paul in the pub, or I know Paul and I'm a friend of his, and I'm like, yeah, but like, I could tell anyone anything. Like, you might well be a friend of Paul and this might be great information, but unfortunately, unless you can verify it, I can't trust it. And it's not dissing someone, it's that, why should I trust, like, if I trusted everyone that said, hi, I'm a friend of, and I know this, then I would have stories about John Lennon on the moon with Elvis that I could tell you about, because I just believe any old thing, wouldn't I? So it's just a filter that I have. And since I discussed your question, I gave you an answer to your question. I just wanted to make sure that everyone else realised that until they see the evidence of something, it's just an answer to your question. So maybe, well, if you want to send it through Mod's email, you can, but I'm not, like, I'd have to confirm when it was, like, was it in a news thing, or was, like, you know, I remember people talking about it, but knowing that it was definitely on that day and, like, having it all verified, and whether it's that important to me now is, like, it's one of those things. It's like, I agree with you, and it's one of these things. It's like a smaller thing that corroborates a bigger picture that I don't know how to filter into its own episode as a big thing. So unless I might start making sort of 10-15 second YouTube videos, because that one would be, Paul Ansell was filming the kids outside with the helicopter on this day, and then so I don't really have so much extra to make it into an hour long thing, but it is an important little, like, piece of a jigsaw, isn't it? So I agree and all that. Yeah. I'm on this list. Listen, I've got to get on this list. I've got to finish tonight's episode with this list, because then I want to go on Twitch and play some games. I've been playing Mafia, and we're going to get that all released before December. In December, we're doing a special competition on Battery Exhausted, a music competition, so get over there and look at that. I'm making this, which is plastic sushi. I'm making plastic sushi. That's going to happen. It has to happen before the end of the year, otherwise I'm a big letdown. And I'm going to play Lego Lord of the Rings for the Christmas season. So I'm playing Lego Lord of the Rings on Twitch. So that's going to all be happening in December. And because of that, I forgot what I was saying. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, because of that, I need to get on with this. If it was on Sky News, yeah, all good. If it's got on Sky News, then it'll be linked, and just drop us a link in the Discord somewhere. We've got like Discord for like true crime stuff. Like at some point it might come up, so yeah, it's good to have these things, and I'm not good at saving them all in a big file. I just talk about things on the internet for ages and then can refer to those videos. Yeah, the NPCC lead for strategic underwater search, defense and technology. Oh, I got to the point where I couldn't say laboratory. How do you suppose to pronounce laboratory? Pronounce. Not gold leadership. Pronounce laboratory, you chuffer. I feel like I'm doing it the American way. Laboratory.
Yeah, laboratory.
Fuck, it's doing my head
Laboratory.
in. You know when you see a word too many times and you say it too many times, then it sounds like it doesn't exist. Laboratory.
Laboratory.
Lobotomy.
Laboratory.
Laboratory. The Mafia. I'm playing. Oh, that was it. I'm playing a Mafia game. Yeah, I know. There's a computer game called Mafia, and I got it for £3. So we were just playing it through for fun on Twitch. So I'm in the Mafia. In Twitch, I'm in the Mafia, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not in the real life. In real life, I'm just sat at home playing computer games. It's a worthless pursuit. It's quite fun. Anyway. Might not be doing that tonight if I can't finish this, so let's go back to this. The Defence Science and Technology Laboratory. So that means that they talked to or got a written submission from, and it's okay to have written submissions from the Defence Science Laboratory because you want the science thing in a file. You don't want them telling you it all, do you? So maybe that's good. But they went all the way to the tech lab, so that's interesting. The National Crime Agency, the National Police Coordination Centre, the Society of Editors. I don't know what that even... Maybe that's news-based, based on news practice, something to do with that. Society of Editors. The Crime Reporters Association. Yeah, I'm going to say Society of Editors is news-based. The Independent Press Standards Organisation. The Information Commissioner's Office. So what they're saying here, I understand the crime agency, I understand the lab, I understand the search and all that. They're trying to establish whether this team has done a good job based on national standards. And they've told us earlier, yes, they fucking have. The news bit, the site editors and the reporters, Information Commissioner's Office and Ofcom is about... Because it's about controlling the narrative in social media. So they're asked, like, what are they asking these people as part of this external review? Is they're asking them, I think, what can people say? What can they get away with saying? Can we stop them from saying? How can we stop them from saying? Like, how do people get, like, they're interested in, like, because Ofcom's all about the rules, isn't it? They're interested in freedom to speak, aren't they? Freedom of speech. If they're talking to Ofcom, and limits on speech, and what is and isn't, and Information Commissioner's Office, independent press standards as well, press standards. It's interesting. Crime Reporters, Society of Editors. I wonder what sort of questions are being asked around these people by this Snowden's independent external review. Yeah, I wonder what sort of pressures were being thrown around by these questions. Because like, if you work on the Press Standards Organisation, and then you have this big crime inquiry come along, and you have to do a big interview, I wonder if they would accept a written submission off this person. You know, you do a big interview, and they say about how important X, Y, Z is, and can we just ask you about this? And you say, oh yeah, well, this was what was happening in Nicola Bulley, and I don't think we broke any standards here and there. And they say, yes, but of course you would understand how very important it is for these standards not to be broken in future, because anyone who would be in massive breach of this. And you can apply pressure by questioning, can't you? Ofcom are regulators and should be impartial, but now we've got a line of communication between the regulator and this policing. Like, it's just it feels like the School of Police need to ask questions of these organisations. I get it. The College of Police, sorry, they need to ask questions of these organisations, but it also makes me wonder about what kind of political power and pressures and conversations can be raised in these offices through those questions. It's kind of exciting in a way, kind of interesting. Maybe I've missed my calling. Maybe instead of doing this conversation on the internet, I should have been a politician, or like someone that shouts at politicians like Malcolm Tucker. Because I'm pretty sure that this could be a two-way street in some ways, or a double-laned thoroughfare, where yes, we're asking questions of Ofcom, but it's the question: how did you let them print this? Why didn't you shut them down? Or X, Y, Z. It depends how you ask them, doesn't it? It's really interesting. The Connect team, whatever that is, national advisors, very vague, and senior police communicators. Well, senior police communicators. That's Sally Riley, isn't it? Again, there aren't many senior police communicators. Do you mean in general? Like people who talk on the police's behalf in a senior position. Communicators. Before publication, this review was subject to fairness and disclosure process to ensure its accuracy. So you're not allowed to question its validity and accuracy. This has to be. It's been through a check. Further details of methodology can be found in Appendix D. If you are that nuts that you want further details in an appendix, then there is one. But I'm not going to be, look at all the appendices for different things. Oh, no thanks though. Next is Chapter 1. So you know how long this is going to take. I'm looking forward to it. This has been fun. This is good content for Super Chuffer channel. This is exactly what I want to be doing here at this particular moment in time. I'm interested in this investigation. I'm interested to pick through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm not going to promise exactly when I'm going to do the next episode of this, but I'm not going to leave it too long. It needs to be within a day or two, every couple of days, because I can see this taking a while getting through it, but I'm going to get through it. And then Specialist Group International have done a press statement. Of course, they've also done an interview. I've said a couple of things today about that. There will also be a question and answer session, apparently, in future. So I'm not, I'll let the dust settle a bit, hold back on. I've said publicly as well, Peter could be a very nice man. What I've seen and my position as a vegan, there are things that I wouldn't invite, and I'm not happy about. But I'm going to refrain from complete judgment until we get into it after we've done this. So this is what's in line first, because I can't look at Peter's response to something before I've looked through the thing he's responding to. So that's the process here. And over on Battery Exhausted, we're going to be having a lot of fun. We're going to be doing a Christmas special. And also, I've got Super Chuffer for you. I don't know if you know this. It's a bit of a cheeky one. At the bottom of this, if you go to just Home, Super Chuffer, so there's buttons here and you can press them for different channels. They're all mine. Super Chuffer for you. Over there, we're having fun because we're watching Neighbours from the very start. I'm going to take The Wandering Village is up there. It's a gameplay one. We're not doing gameplay there anymore. It's going to go on its own channel. Don't worry. Everything in its own space. You'll prefer it that way. So yeah, we're doing Hot Dog Wars from Cook Report. We're watching Neighbours from the start. We're watching old telly and having fun. It's just not like, you don't have to. I don't always want to be looking into depressing murder and horror and problems. I don't always. It's not all about being serious. So I put all the chill stuff and and that sort of stuff on little videos over there on Super Chuffer for you. So you can check that out as well if you want, you know. And if you like the lolcow stuff and people who are considered to be narcissistic grifters on the internet, then you can watch Battery Exhausted, where we hold them to account by laughing at them. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. And you're good. So this has been episode 1, and I perceive there's going to be like maybe 4 or 5 of these. I've got to get my head around that as well. I've got to get my head around that. 4 or 5 of these. If you haven't seen the other stuff as well, I would suggest, if you thought, what's he doing sending me to watch that rubbish? I don't like that rubbish. Then there are a couple of recent things. The Derek Johnson body language, I could probably do with finishing 1 more chapter of that. And that was really interesting, because that guy could be another Chris Watts. And there's all sorts of different content on this channel that I'm pretty sure you haven't seen. Even if you thought, well, yeah, I'm only here for Nicola Bullis. Don't want to talk about Jesus reincarnated in 2023. Look, you're here for the Super Chuffer, so get used to it. Can't all be Nicola Bullis pudding. Got to have your sprouts as well, your Jesus-shaped sprouts for that particular episode. But we've been investigating cults, denial, other stuff as well. So check it all out. You know, don't focus on all the horror all the time, because it will do your nut in. Like, Nicola wants justice and wants the truth to be the main thing is the torch for the truth. But you as a torch bearer, I think with this true crime stuff, I don't see myself as a true crime channel per se, but I think with the true crime stuff, it's a group collective effort sometimes on the internet, and you feel like as a collective, if you all push, maybe something might change, or you could solve a crime, and maybe sometimes somewhere along the line, you know, truth will out. But I think another way of understanding it is that some of these cases, the Madeleine McCann, the Chris Watts to an extent, you know, some of these cases, they're resolved in terms of the law, but the truth and the narrative might not end up feeling resolved and might continue and stuff like that. So there's work to be done, there's things to be talked about, discussed, shown, brought to light, but also you as an individual, or any of us, like your own mental health and well-being sort of come first, and this should be interesting. It should be, you can be passionate about it, I agree, and you know, it's important, but because it's a collective effort, you don't have to shoulder the burden alone. And like, there are other, I don't want to, like, not ending this by pointing fingers at a certain individual that's an idiot, but like, I don't think I'm going to find one clue, one special thing that's going to break the case, and then they're going to relinquish the inquest and everything's going to come crashing down and the world will change. I think more likely through careful and nuanced discussion and pouring through documents and fine-tooth combs and, you know, discovering things like this, between us as a group, we will put together a much more realistic and honest narrative. But whether it will change the world and whether justice in truth will be served, I don't know, and can't promise you that. But I don't think this ever sort of goes away until the truth or justice is at least observed. So yeah, I don't know where it goes long term, and I'm surprised it still is what it is now, but there's probably more, you know, more turns to this wheel, I guess. But yeah, if you find it difficult or find it troublesome, let's all have a laugh instead at something else sometimes. And yeah, the cat wants to come in now again, so now's a good time for me to adjourn, to use legal language that Darkside Phil likes to use, to adjourn here, and I will join you again on either the other channels or in this space for more of this, if you want to get through more of this, because I do want to get through more of this. I do want to get to the through the investigation, as I've said. So yeah, you be good, my little puckos. Remember, if you can't be good, then fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. So fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Yeah, if you can't be good, then go out and protest.